gotta start it first. But it's not even that toxic. It's just like it's kind of very common for artists, especially solo artists, to put out like single songs at a time these days and just like throw it up on YouTube or throw it up on Instagram or not Instagram, what the fuck, TikTok, wherever your music goes up. And then on Spotify, it's just like a stream of singles in their discography, which is like the worst way to listen to a chunk of music at the same time in Spotify.
Yeah.
They do better sorting, I agree.
Yeah.
They should. I feel like some bands do have like sort by album.
Yeah. I mean, some still put out albums, or like wait until they have an album or at least an EP kind of thrown together to put things up on Spotify. Is the song gonna play for me today?
What's the E stand for?
Extended. I kind of thought it was extended play or something.
What's the?
But I don't actually know.
Time to Google.
Oh wow! Tried to bring up my camera account.
Extended plays are supposed to be like mini albums usually.
Yeah. I don't
it's
know
hard
where
to
the
call.
Name comes from.
Yeah.
It comes from the. They're called extended play records.
Oh right, yeah, because all music terminology is 50 years old.
Yeah. They're called extended play records. They come from EP records, which are the records inside of the boom boxes, actually.
Yeah. Okay. I tried. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Actually, I went to go log into my like camera account for Forge, just get it into the game, and it is giving me some.
I
errors.
guess not boombox. Of course, it's giving you an error.
But I mean, the plurality of it is what is surprising to me. I threw it in the wrong. I threw it in the West Marches. Fucking okay. Hold on.
Whoa.
Log into order the game, access the game. Yeah, I'm trying here.
It's real.
I'm trying.
I don't know. Real upset about it.
Your little like thing around your profile picture is cute, Barrett.
Oh, thank you.
It like lit up when you sent that message.
Sarah's in it. Are you gonna get a Discord Nitro?
Oh, is that how you get the fancy stuff?
I think you could just buy them from the store now and use them even without Nitro.
Oh, can you?
Yep. I
I
like clicked on the store to make the notification go away, and I saw the dice, and I was like, "Oh, branding."
You're like, wait, I need that.
I'm in so many Discords, and this might make people more curious and click on my profile and see that I stream and make D&D music. So let's just.
You know what I see?
What's that?
When I see that shit, I'm like, whale.
That's fine.
Whale?
Whale?
I think it's cute.
Thank you.
Okay, Varys is a well confirmed.
Oh, I'm definitely. I mean, I suppose. I don't play mobile games anymore, so I have to spend money on stupid things somewhere.
We all have to get our fair share of stupid purchases.
Yeah.
But they're not stupid if they make you happy,
yeah.
In my opinion. Maybe that's just my justification.
That is called justification, actually.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, it works. So.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. You may not like it, but that's what justification looks like.
I admittedly need to take a moment to grieve Rye.
Yes.
I'm so sad. I'm glad they're setting boundaries where they need to, but I'm gonna miss them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know who would have enjoyed them?
Rip.
What'd you say?
I know you broke up on me.
You You know who would have enjoyed all that music talk earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Right is an old person.
So yeah, stream chat if you're not aware. We will unfortunately not have Rye, not have our wonderful rogue Stu going forward. Well, actually Stu's probably still going to be able to be sent. Yeah, dog? I've been sick since yesterday, and we did take a big long walk before I went to bed, but he's used to having much more of my time, so we'll see how.
I thought he was showing solidarity.
Yeah, he's very sad that Rye's gone.
Yeah,
And,
I know it, Josu.
Yeah. Now we're still playing without Konnor today.
I know.
Yeah, Joe is so sad that Rye left, and not because you didn't take him on another humongous walk.
Well,
it could be both.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna take him on another walk immediately after this session, and then just sleep until my work shift. Oh, for the people who weren't here for that, I think it's pretty much everyone, actually. I'm a little bit sick today. I almost canceled because I woke up and, it hurt quite a lot to talk, but I have taken painkillers and drank tea, and I'm doing okay. But at any time, I might be like, oh, all right, I'm done. I can no longer talk.
This freaking guy.
I know. So there's your warning. I'll probably go easy on the voices today, too.
Everyone's just gonna be whispering.
Welcome to Pathfind ASMR.
But yeah, like I was saying, Stu will probably still be available as a tower denizen to go send out with other followers to tackle missions and do stuff for you.
One of our lackeys.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This also means that Midnight Blade that was earmarked for Stu is no longer earmarked. So I don't know if we want that to just, it's not, I'm kind of setting up these artifacts, and that's actually not what they're called. What are they called? Anyway, the items that kind of grow with you, give you extra abilities like Connor's fiddle does. The Midnight Blade was going to be one of those. Iosip was going to be. And I can still kind of make that happen and kind of craft it around whoever wants to take it. But it can also just be a weapon that's quite nice. If someone wants to wait for something else to be their artifact.
Felt like
Relic.
Turris was getting quite attached to Iosip.
That is...
I don't know if it's his intention to hold on to it.
Only a little, but if somebody else wants it for their weapon, they can.
Nah, I didn't want it.
That's totally fair.
I feel like it's fitting that it goes to Turris.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I was going to make... Turris, I was going to make your ring a relic. I still kind of think that makes more sense. But if you disagree and you would like Iosip to be the relic, let me know.
Think about it.
Okay. Yeah, dog.
I will say, if you think about it for too long, you will simply get neither. And Varys will be like, well, you never made a decision.
Well, let me put it this way. If the ring is the relic, it will be kind of based around powers of life and soul. Those are kind of the powers baked into the ring. Iosip would be no idea. I have no idea what Iosip would be.
Be related to what now?
Life and healing, and then soul and animating things, and yeah.
And this is all the rings specifically?
Yes, those would all be part of the ring's growth path.
I see.
I can actually send you a page that shows like the life and soul powers.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Although I never remember how to get to it. It's like buried in equipment or something. Oh, I found it. I'm incredible.
You are. Good job.
Okay, so here is nope, that's wrong.
I mean, if you just send him one, he can just switch to the other gifts.
Yeah, but I have them both up already. So the life one is predictably quite about kind of healing, restoring HP.
It also makes you harder to kill.
Yes, yes. The soul stuff kind of has some protection stuff, but also some like I said, like animating things. It's a lot of defensive stuff, if I'm being honest. There's one power that lets you animate the dead.
Sick.
He's a building. He needs all the protection for his soul that he can get.
Yeah,
For
true.
real.
I do get hurt from two sources, so.
I guess. Oh no. Intelligent relics. There's only one gift about that, so never mind. Yeah, I'm not sure what IOSIP would be.
Yeah, the intelligent relic gift is supposed to be more of like your weapon, like your thing is also intelligent in addition to something else.
Yeah, yeah.
So it just like replaces your first minor gift with intelligence, basically. But
Interesting. I am leaning towards the protection for my own sake.
Yeah. And
Then a Yusuf can just be your chatty weapon.
Yeah.
and for the relics, I'm gonna give you guys like skill trees kind of that you will get the usual points for as you leveled up. And then like additional points through other means that haven't been revealed yet.
Ooh.
So,
is the way you get relics by inting my key in WoW?
no, I.
Well, that's good. That's good.
I don't think so. Anyway, I don't feel more powerful after that. So, all of that said, who would like to give a recap for last session for a hero point? Or yap more? I mean,
Oh yeah, for a hero point.
no, not different deals.
A loophole.
Loophole. We found a loophole. I mean, Staris killed a guy. Is there really anything else we need to talk about?
It's basically everything
There-
that happened.
There is more stuff.
Is there? Is
Yes, there is.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, there is actually.
there? And why don't you tell us, Mona?
Because I'm the teacher's assistant. I can't tell you guys anything.
Oh my god.
It's a very convenient role for the teacher's assistant to make up.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, I know all the answers to the test. I can't just tell you guys.
Yeah, you can. That might be nice, actually.
Yeah, it might be nice. That's true.
Mhm.
That's correct. It might be nice.
You don't feel like being nice?
No, I want to be
Aw.
mean.
We're in a
How about you're mean the rest of the time?
we're in a stretch
We
where
can
I don't think you necessarily have all the answers.
Ooh.
That's what you think. That's what you think.
Hmm.
What you don't know is that I know. You know?
Oh, okay.
Did the Bone Daddy happen last time or the time before that?
What?
Bone Daddy?
The Bone Daddy?
Sorry, no, the guy that wants to free the Bone Daddy. I mean, Bone Lord. Bone Lord. Excuse me.
That was before.
Yeah, the previous session.
Man, I need
was
to
just-
read your notes.
Once again, I really should delineate where one session starts and stops for my notes. Because it's all just one flow of consciousness.
That phrasing, though.
And also, you definitely unironically wrote Bone Daddy in your notes for sure. You were like, Bone. There's no way.
Phrasing
Bone
is
Lord.
bringing, like, flashes of memories from some old cartoon movie or show or something.
Hmm.
I don't know why. I don't know why an old cartoon would have used the phrase Bone Daddy.
Big bad Bone Daddy. So last time on Monsters vs. the Void, we returned home after the Bone Daddy incident, and Martan and company returned with the ley line eye, which was apparently converted by some locals into a pair of glasses. Using those, we got to learn more about. And Turris also learned more about his connection to the tower and how to potentially divert one of the ley lines to soup up the tower's abilities. You kind of reason that there is a room up above that will help them with below in terms of magnetizing one of the ley lines closer to the tower. But in the interim, while they were close by, we helped with Staris' mission of vengeance and went out to track an individual that we didn't really know who they were, but she saw red, literally. So we followed that, and we got to this river, and we saw that a bunch of devils were sneaking up on them, and we're like, well, we can't let these guys kill them. We're gonna kill them. So we helped kill the devils, and then Staris and this dwarf turns into he's a blonde dwarf. She squeezed him from information, found out the other individuals that attacked her shrine, which is why she set out on a road for vengeance. We found out, and she heckin' vengeance that man. She vengeance him so hard. He got revenged. But we also met a very nice family who he was traveling with, who isn't revenged. And in fact, they're a historian and archaeologist. I think they went the other way, though, right? They didn't stick with us, did they?
They're still around. They were having a chat with each other. The historian Ty was trying to talk some sense into her husband about going with these strange people and investigating some tower far away.
Well, anyhow, we got some names that don't mean a whole heck of a lot to us right now, and we got some locations, so we're gonna check those out sometime soon here. And also, it turns out the husband and wife's little girl happened to go to the get lost at the shrine way back when too. So what a crazy random happenstance that is.
Yeah, and I was trying to get a lot of words out at the same time last time, so I just kind of randomly blurted out that Isha recognized this child. Isha, I'm not sure how aware you were of things when you were stonified, when you were resting as a statue. Or if well, I guess this probably happened
just so you know,
after.
I've already decided I don't recognize her, so we don't have to like explain anything.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. Well,
We can move on with the recap. Because I understand why you made the mistake, so we don't actually
the
have to, like-
mistake.
the mistake that's not a mistake. Oh, here's your caveat. I see. Okay.
No,
I'm
these historians have been to your temple. Get over it. I don't care if you know that.
Oh. I wouldn't know that.
Okay.
Isha's like, oh god, another pair of fucking people. That's how she feels.
Yeah. You can feel however you want about it, but they've been to your temple.
Ew. Get out.
You're not welcome.
You're not welcome. You're lucky I can't move.
So dead if I had legs.
So Isha had just at the very end of the session pulled out a letter from some of their personal belongings and said, "We can't let them go do this job that they're gonna do." And like mage handed the letter down so everyone could see it, and we saw
Frick, I didn't
spilling
write that
out this kind of sketch, this rendition of the castle hidden under the mountain from this folklore that they were investigating.
And then wasn't it signed by Augustine?
Yes, it was.
Yep.
That part I remember now. I forgot to write that
Yeah,
down.
in this envelope is like a work order, like a bill, like a contract to go investigate this stuff for a chunk of gold. I believe it was 900 all told, 450 up front, and then 450 when they return.
Return. And the folklore, it was still rather vague, but the big bad in that was one of the four, right? Not like the void. Not the angel, not the seraph.
Right. In the like folklore story that you had read, you read kind of the same one that is referenced in this letter.
Yeah.
It was like fiends or devils or something. That might be not quite correct.
I don't remember anyone actually ever describing anything in the castle.
Well, yeah, it wasn't in the castle. It was this like royal family was being chased to the castle, was fleeing to the castle to escape some kind of invader. And then the invaders were smote in a flash of light by the when they tried to enter the castle. Buddy,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a few hours, man.
And he's gonna let you know the whole time.
That's true.
Yeah. The whole time. Is that all you have, Voraktee?
In terms of what happened last time, yeah. we got Gevram's the next step on the list of Revengers. Miguel's one of his contacts. And we got Sacristan, a bald associate. That's what I wrote down.
Ah, yes, my hit list.
Also, we learned that one of the people who attacked Staris' temple is the Huntsman, who is assumedly the same man who killed the other guy,
Gaston?
the cop's brother.
Oh! That was happening during the confusion of how many guys are on my hit list. I did not put that together.
What did Gaston do?
Had to do with Oriel's death. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? It's in one of the documents in the quest journal. They were in fact being chased by devils. The folks in the folk story.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
What if Augustine's no longer on the Seraph side? Now he's trying to play both sides. Get to this castle, protect himself from the oncoming storm.
I don't think that's what's happening.
Either that or break it so nobody can use it against the Seraph. For all we know, the castle under the mountain is the Arxistinium.
Well, considering how little we know, it could also be Sesame Street.
It also could be Sesame Street, yeah. It's anywhere in between. It's anywhere in between Sesame Street and the Arxistinium. It's somewhere in between.
It could be Avenue Q for all we know. You know.
Yeah, we still have a lot to investigate. Okay.
But I do think that all evidence points towards the not being the Arcs.
Well, yeah, because the Arcs, we have to use the puzzle box to get to.
Yeah, I believe the Arcs is like hidden.
Yeah, and these people, they don't have that, so there's no way. There's no way they would be put on a quest to find something they wouldn't have any access to.
Unless Augustine himself didn't know, or just wanted to get there before us. But if we get there and there's a big old wall and a puzzle box shaped hole in the wall, the puzzle box goes in the square hole.
Since you guys have just received the contract, it is specifically just like a job to go investigate these folk stories. It's not like bring me back a castle.
Oh. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
I would like to say that I thought we were going to Sesame Street.
I'm not in charge of where you go.
Kind of feels like we are Sesame Street.
I wish we were Sesame Street.
I'd rather be a Muppet personally.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Okay. I think we're done with giving the recap after like 18 minutes of
Yeah. Well, yeah.
hum-hawing about the recap.
Should I redo the part where Isha mage hands the letter down for you guys to review?
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay.
Let's rewind a little.
So where we left off, Isha had rifled through their personal belongings, pulled out this letter signed by Augustine that was a contract to go investigate these folk stories up in Temel. And Mage handed this letter down so you guys could all see it. And it had a sketch of the castle under the mountain, and Isha had said, we cannot let them go investigate this castle. And everyone looked upon the letter and said, "Oh."
Seems like Turris needs to get cracking on his door. And we need to get to convincing Tin and her parents to come with us.
I feel like Turris was already walking off and doing the door.
It was a thought that had emerged and then was like, well, we don't actually know if we're bringing these people. We don't know what we're doing the rest of our day. You know? Don't want to commit to a door yet.
I guess not committing to the door is safe. We could always throw it up for a vote, but I don't think that we should let them go.
I don't think we need to vote. I think we agree, Isha. Oh yeah, and Turkon was watching them argue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Turris is gonna go work on his door. I will go try to convince them to come with us.
Okay. Yeah. As you kind of approach, they kind of quiet their argument. And Tithe kind of sighs and crosses her arms. And Egwene kind of turns to you and says, all right, we've come to an agreement. We won't be able to come investigate this tower or whatever it is for free. So we'll need some kind of payment or contract or something. Otherwise, we will need...
Certainly.
Go ahead, sorry.
We can make arrangements for that.
Oh.
I feel a bit responsible considering I had to dispatch your bodyguard. Can't possibly let you travel unprotected. I think it would be a good idea for you to come with us to the tower. And once there, we can discuss the details. Perhaps you'll find something helpful there to what you're already pursuing.
They kind of look at each other. Both of them look a little confused, but Egwin kind of slowly nods and then looks back to you. Go ahead and make a. Oh, your diplomacy is quite low. Go ahead and make a diplomacy check.
Damn it. Oh, yeah, I'm not usually the diplomat.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, good or bad?
Reveal the nat 1.
I got blood like splattered all over.
You
me
can't just
here.
see these ones, so yeah.
Nice! Let's fucking go.
Terrifying.
Let's fucking go. She nat 1'd it.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh.
Well. How do you feel about that, Alan?
On my first roll, gonna use that hero point.
Okay.
I'm scared.
Okay. All right.
Oh god, I didn't get the curse.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of slowly nods. He's like, all right. Certainly, then we can come investigate this tower.
We have about an hour before we'll depart.
Oh,
Just
well,
we can help pack up your things.
that would be quite helpful. Thank you. And then I'll like call for Tin, and all three of them will start kind of like packing up their stuff, and they'll douse the fire and everything.
And Staris will help them get their things together.
Okay. It's a lot of books,
She'll
which proved to be decently heavy.
Isha had mage-handed the contract, so Staris will have taken it with her and kind of slips it into one of their bags as we're packing up.
Okay.
I mean, each just has like all their bags.
Oh yeah, yeah, they are.
You just have all their bags?
They still have some
I
of
thought
their.
you just rifled through them
Well, it's easier to rifle
when you have them all.
when I have them all.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Let me go get your bags back from Isha.
If they have anything regarding my temple, I take it though.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in a notebook of like other sites that there's like a little collection of notebooks that are all kind of bundled together about religious sites not related to the four.
Yoink.
And your temple is in there. Maybe you don't. If you're just skimming for that.
I can always skim for more later.
True. Okay. Like 30 seconds after you yoink that, Egwin kind of stands up, like brow furrowed, looking around, and kind of like peeks behind the tent, and then goes and peeks over the cart and like sees that some of the bags are in the cart. It's like, are we bringing the cart?
You
You
know,
mean the half-destroyed cart?
It's
Yeah, this cart that is like the wheels are like all sandy.
yeah.
They're completely
There's a
rotted
whole
out.
chunk of it missing because I threw it at one of the
Yeah.
demon
Yes, you
things.
Yeah. Huge chunk of it missing. The axle is like curved now, just like bent. Wheels are splayed out. Probably best we just leave this here. You don't think it's in the way of the road?
no. Like, we don't need to worry about the cart. I think one of my party members got overzealous with packing your things. We will point them in the right direction.
Okay. All right.
You just look at you.
Looks back at you.
Go Go ahead and make a deception check.
Oh no.
No, you're good at that.
I am.
Yeah. Yeah, he just kind of doesn't seem to think about it again. He's like, excellent. Yes, we'll leave the cart, and goes back to packing.
Did you find anything good, Isha?
No.
Well, great. Let's move their bags back then.
Yeah, Isha will just like slide them across the from like in front of her to like around using her wing.
Then we'll slip the contract back into their bag.
All right. Okay. Nothing too eventful happens for the next hour as you guys get their things together and draw the door.
As they're like packing, Isha kind of like rests up on top of this like part right here. She just is kind of like leaning on it, and she is talking generically at them.
Oh, okay. Huh.
What do you know about the Star Dreamers?
Yeah. Tithe kind of says, heard that they were gathering in Montclana. Heard some rumors about it, just got some questions about it when we arrived. Apparently it was around the time they started to show up, but we left what was it, about 2 weeks ago? And Egwin kind of said, yeah, that sounds right. Lost track of time a bit. And then she nods. She's like, yeah, 2 weeks ago. Then we, I don't know, saw that thing come out of the sky. Well, I'm in no rush to return, even if we do finish this job.
I overheard that you said you wouldn't come with us for free, as it were.
Wow. Tithe is a shit liar. Something about the question about the Star Dreamers makes Tithe visibly uncomfortable.
However, would you do it for your moral health, perhaps?
She kind of squints.
Yeah, Isha is just like, there's a certain light that is present in Isha's ever smiling face.
So she kind of squints. She's like, we've often been heard it suggested recently that our services could serve some greater good that is much better than money.
And you heard that from Augustine?
No, we never actually met with Augustine.
Well, that's good.
But his assistant, no, they were very upfront with money. They didn't.
Well, I guess when you don't have the moral high ground, all you have is money, I guess.
She blinks. It's like, you seem to know quite a lot about the people who hired us.
Well, considering how that they are the ones who are bringing that great purple rock from the sky, quite hope so.
She kind of like opens her mouth and then closes it again and furrows her brow and looks south. Even, there's nothing there right now. but just kind of looks a little unsettled. She's like, and these Star Dreamers are related to that too.
Some of them are followers of that beast.
She gives a couple of nods, but doesn't. Kind of goes back to packing.
I can't say. I can only say some because we're in the presence of two who actively fight against him.
She looks up again.
Staris kind of stiffens as she's packing the bags, overhearing everything. I had hoped to fill them in once we got where we were going, Isha.
But we have an hour now.
And I thought perhaps we could save these conversations until...
So that the trees won't overhear us?
A tree coughs.
A tree being Turcon. Oh, God.
Yeah, Turcon punches it. You're supposed to say, excuse me.
Oh. Staris will turn to... I don't remember their names.
Tithe and Egwin.
Thank you. She'll turn towards them and kind of offer a explanation that our mission here wasn't just to dispatch of Leo. We are working to do what we can to stop the Seraph. And Augustine is one of those working against us.
They kind of share another glance to each other, and then Egwin says, loath as I am to back out of that contract, we might have to reconsider heading north. We already decided we don't want to get involved in any of that.
Meaning you don't want to get involved in this conflict at all? I don't mean to pressure, but part of our fight is getting as many allies as possible. And I know perhaps it's a lot to ask, but you'll consider hearing us out? Moral high ground? Just kind of motions towards Isha.
Tithe kind of sighs and Egwin shifts a little, and he's like, let's see this tower of yours, and we'll go from there.
Ah, yes. We'll let Tower Ironcrad speak for itself. I think you'll be surprised how much speaking it'll do.
He nods again and looks like someone who knows he's on the outside of a joke. Looking forward to it. And 10, I think, perks up. It is like, your tower talks?
Yes. Tower does talk. Tower's a bit magical. You're going to love it.
Her eyes light up, and the two parents are just like... They're like... This look of recognition comes over their face that they know their child is going to want to explore this place and not want to leave. They haven't even seen it left. Yeah.
Use the kid against them. With that, Staris will kind of lean down and whisper to Tin, like, do you want to see how the entrance is made?
her eyes widen and she nods, and Egwin starts to say something like raise a hand and be like, well, let's hold on, and then Tithe is just like, it's fine.
Staris will grab her by her hand and kind of lead her over to wherever Turris is putting his door.
Yeah.
Under the bridge?
Turris, where are you drawing the door?
It was under the bridge that I settled on last time.
Okay.
Are you drawing it like on the bottom of the bridge, or are you drawing it on like the embankment?
On the bottom of the bridge is like crazy tech.
It is. It is crazy tech. It is also much funnier. So
That's some crazy shit. Holy moly. I didn't even think about all that.
it's really stealthy.
How would we have to climb up through?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah,
You'd have to
okay.
contend with gravity to get through the door.
I would just throw everybody through the door.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
about to say Turcon will
Turcon's just the
assist
ladder.
us.
This isn't like a, this is like
Not
5
impossible.
feet up from the river. So
Oh,
10. I guess I said 10 feet
Carl
before.
would
So
have to dug. Oh, okay.
easy enough to get up there. Okay. Tin is you show Tin to where the door is being drawn, and Tin is like, he's just drawing symbols.
Mhm,
He's just outlining a door.
mhm.
Wow. That,
Told you it was magic.
yeah, she just like watches in awe. And like,
It's not simply the concept of a door.
well, what is it?
Oh, it's much more than that.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a portal.
Oh. And she watches on, very, very interested, very intrigued, and like occasionally you see her, she like grabs a stick and starts like copying a couple of the symbols. It takes her like 5 minutes to copy one of the arcane symbols that you're like slapping out a bunch of them, but copies them very meticulously for what it's worth. And then the hour passes. The door is made in the bottom of the bridge. And then you go to like push it open, and Tin immediately like circles around and sees that there. She's like, "Wow!" Looking up at you, open this door, and then circles around to the top of the bridge. It's like, "There's no door up here." Then comes back around down to the bottom. Like, that's amazing.
It is pretty amazing.
And then
Though I do need to warn you, Tin, going through that door, you might feel a little queasy. Think you can handle it?
she nods. And then everyone gathers and starts to head through the door. The family probably goes like kind of one after another, and on the other side, they all kind of like take a moment to like gather themselves after the kind of moment of like inertia and vertigo, and Tin is definitely the most entertained by it. Just like, wow, that was cool. And the other two are like, well, they've probably actually teleported before. They're fine. And then they, you are all gathered in the courtyard again, and the two immediately start kind of like looking around and like noting little details. Egwin's like, "Wow, we're up in the mountains," and Tin is like, This is the tower. This is the tower that talks. Hello, tower."
Hello.
She does a double take. I assume you are talking as your avatar.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was talking. She points. I was talking to the tower.
Yes.
She blinks.
Well, you see, it's a bit of a secret. But I'm actually the tower, and the tower is me.
Make a diplomacy check. Just to convince her that this is true. Okay. There's a brief moment where she is like, nah.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to show them my heart.
The other two perk up.
I suppose that's a decision only you can make, Turris. Do you want them to see your heart?
It is rather personal, you see, but if you two are interested in helping me learn more about myself, that'd be quite nice. As long as you're not working with that Augustine anymore. I won't betray any of my secrets to anyone else that doesn't need to know them.
Right. No, but well, we will not report anything back to Augustine. We would like to keep some notes for ourselves, but we will let you go through them and decide what you would like to keep and what you would like to let go with us.
Very well. Here we go.
And they will follow you in. And they all kind of gawk at the other denizens of the tower as you enter the tower. Anna is probably sitting in the main kind of den area with a cup of something again, feet up on that stump that he had dragged in.
Was Maratan chilling on the gatehouse?
Maratan was missing at that moment. But yeah, you guys go inside, and the parents kind of stare a little bit at Anna, and Tin very verbally is like, "Wow, oh, he's cool," and Anna kind of turns and smiles and kind of waves a little. Does the finger roll wave.
That suits him.
And then you, it's under the stairs where you have your heart hidden, right?
Yeah, so I imagine in the stairs that lead up the tower, I think the flavor kind of went with was, I perform a little incantation and the stairs open downwards, in the middle of them.
Yeah.
Inverse on each other.
Yeah. That's cool. So, yeah, you do that incantation, it opens up. And this time, just all three of them are wow. You notice, they do not, they are in awe, but it starts to kind of fold down, and there's a spot where it kind of the stairs kind of hitch a little as they move, and there's a small clunk, and then it continues to go smoothly from there. But things continue to be a little more creaky than you are used to.
That's peculiar.
Do the joints of your stairs need sanding?
Isha's offering her services.
That might just muck up the mechanism.
Well, we won't know till we try.
Fan doesn't just fix everything, Isha.
From around the corner in the in the kind of mini workshop, you hear oh no, I'm getting names mixed up all of a sudden.
We have a lot of
Yeah.
NPCs.
You hear
Understandable.
Luca's voice saying like, "You want to take the mechanism apart and then sandblast it and then just oil it all down, and that might work." You won't want to sandblast it while the mechanism is put together.
Probably for the best, yes.
Is the creaking attributed to...
You cut out a
Cut
little.
out for me.
Oh, I was asking if the creaking was due to just regular wear and tear on the mechanism, or if this is something out of the ordinary.
Well, yes, it neither needs to be serviced or loath to say that the precedent for reclaiming more of my floors might be more necessary. I really don't know.
Well, let's get Tin and her family settled, and then we can discuss our next steps of helping you explore yourself.
Yes, very good. Right this way.
Yeah. So you lead them down to where the core is, where your heart is. And they all look up at it as they enter, and Tin is just like very impressed, thinks this is very cool, and kind of like runs up to look like at the bottom of it, and then like runs up and takes a few steps out and kind of like goes to circle it. I kind of assume it's in like the middle of this chamber.
Yeah.
And Egwin is like, oh, I see. Takes out like a notebook and like starts taking sketches and tied the watches for a moment, and then like looks back up to the crystal and looks over at you and is like, and this is you say.
Yes, this is my heart.
Interesting. We've seen kind of a control mechanism like this hearts? We've seen something like this before, but it was broken.
Oh, really? Where?
At site of ruins from an ancient city. It was across the ocean, actually, near Eden.
I've always been curious if there's more like me out there.
Well, we can't be certain about the one we saw. You're not, and you don't know anything about your history?
I know a very small portion of it. I've only been alive for how long has it been now?
2 weeks? 3 weeks?
3 weeks? 2
Not-
weeks and like 4 days?
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
like- Over 2 weeks, but less than 3 weeks.
Yeah, correct. And Egwin like stops sketching and like furrows his brow at you. It's like, this tower, the stonework is older than that. Yes,
Oh yes, quite so.
Mhm.
I would.
There's a rich history, I'm sure, that I'm not familiar with at all.
Right. We'll see what we can find. See if there's anything in our notes. Do you have any questions in particular?
Suppose I'm curious who the original architect might be.
Right, we can try to find that out.
The original architect is Vasicia.
They both look at you now, and
Why is that a question?
I come to reason that she inhabited the tower sometime after it was built.
I don't believe that is the case.
Vasicia Prosophius?
The one and the same?
And you lot said you were fighting the Seraph.
Yes.
Correct.
He goes like a. He looks stunned for a moment.
Isha like pulls out the notes that she took earlier, and she's like, oh, "You can have this back now."
He does a double take. It just like still stunned from this, like, from his perspective. He's like, we have ended up at the Tower of Vasicia Prosophius, the rather famous Naga, working with her associates who are involved in
Her
this.
tower son. Her tower son.
yeah.
Was it Turris' mother?
Her tower son. Her building child.
Right, yeah. And they're not saying any of this out loud. He's just like stunned at the sequence of news in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it is a lot.
And so like without even registering that you had the notes, he just like takes them from you. And like they kind of like again kind of share a glance, both looking just like surprised, maybe a little concerned at what they've like stepped into.
Don't get cold feet now.
No, we will. We said we would assist with this. We will assist with this, and then see where it goes.
And to answer your question, Turris, I guess it is possible that Vasicia came here after it was built. And imbued it with the arcane energy that she handles.
It does seem likely. I do hope she'll return soon.
Well, that makes one of us.
Isha, you don't like my mother?
No. She has no respect for the elderly.
Every time you guys say anything, this couple just looks so fucking confused.
Oh, they really don't know what they stumbled into.
Like, you say she doesn't respect the elderly, and Egwin just, like, crooks an eyebrow at you and then goes back to sketching, just, like, head down, just like... I don't know who's older than the Naga, and I don't want to know.
Okay, well, if they're not leaving, I guess it's, we need to upgrade our arsenal. And I don't really know if we have anyone here at the tower able to do so. So we'll have to go to the little hovel down south.
Shouldn't we prioritize exploring the rest of the tower before then?
I don't know about you, but I'm tired of being crit on a 7.
Oh. That's fair.
I would like to increase that number to an 8 at least.
Okay. Fair point, fair point. Well, there must still be room somewhere for Tin and her family. Before we clear any more floors.
Yeah, I'm certain we have some extra rooms ready.
Yes, I think it's probably getting a little cramped on this floor. You're not out of rooms.
But nearly.
And like,
Well, this is the good thing of never having actually mapped out the dungeon is he can just arbitrarily decide how many rooms it has.
you know what's funny?
The bottom floor has 30 rooms.
Turris gets the feeling that he could arbitrarily decide how many rooms are down here if he had a little bit more control of the tower.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's given much thought to how this works, but he has there's already a whole bigger on the inside thing, TARDIS thing going on with this tower. And if he had a bit more control, he could just like expand kind of the dormitories pretty much as he wanted. But at the moment, cannot. The couple would look over in confusion, but at this point, he just like puts his head down further.
Yeah, there's just like a silent turn. Minecraft, are you okay?
I'm trying to will more rooms into existence. I don't think it's working.
Oh. Well, be careful. I wouldn't want you to poop out a brick.
Our minds were going to the same place.
They will take a sketch of the core and like the outside of the tower and the walls and everything. And then they'll compare against their notes that they have on hand and see what they can find.
Sweet.
Everyone else, what are you up to? Or what would you like to do for the evening? It is actually getting late. You guys traveled all day before confronting Leo.
Staris is enjoying the distraction of having Tin nearby, and I think has been kind of leading her / following her around the tower as she's letting her childish whims take over. And then Staris' intent is to kind of turn in
Okay.
maybe a bit earlier than normal.
I think after
Turkon would also be following the child
yeah.
because it is a small,
True, yeah.
and this can be a dangerous place.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, speaking of which, don't go above flow 1.
They all nod. You'll heed that warning.
Did the blonde dwarf not have a striking sword?
He did have a striking sword.
He did.
Did no one grab it?
Oh.
I can grab it.
Oh yeah, no one grabbed it.
I know.
I did not want it. Well,
Yeah.
for character reasons, but someone else is allowed to take it and take the runes off.
Yeah. Yeah, Staris was pretty vocal about, like, I don't want the sword around. But it is possible to just pull the rune out.
Yeah, I mean, if no one else grabbed it, I just would have grabbed it.
Okay.
So
It is in the party sheet. I guess let me change the name of it. What the?
what?
There's also a +1 striking composite longbow.
Yes, that is from the angel.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I knew that.
Wait, so how many of these striking things can I add to a weapon?
Just one.
Just one.
Okay. Doesn't mine already have one?
You have a potency rune.
Yeah, you have the +1, but a striking rune gives you an extra die, which is very strong.
Okay, well then I will. I thought that they were the same thing. Okay, I will take one off then.
Okay. Do any of you guys have? Are any of you guys investing in crafting?
When you say investing in crafting, what do you mean exactly?
Have
I am
points in.
Yeah, I got, yes, yes, I'm trained in crafting.
You're trained in crafting. Okay, so Turris can switch runes around when you guys have like a free evening. We won't worry about the timing of it. It does take like a couple of hours. You can't do it while you're like out and about very easily, but when you're back at the tower, you can switch runes around pretty easily. It does take 10% of the rune cost, which I think for a striking rune it's like 7 gold or 3.5 gold or something.
It's 6 gold.
6 gold. Okay. So it'll cost 6 gold to get the magical components together to transfer the rune, but then you can just take striking off of one of those weapons and put it on yours, which it looks like you already did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I figured we would do that this evening.
Yeah, nah, totally makes sense.
And while I'm not trained in crafting at all, I do have a +2, so I'd imagine that Turkon's just like watching over the shoulder, making sure you don't hurt the Becta Corbin.
Right, yeah. You're
Aw,
not
so protective of his weapon.
you're not trained in crafting in general per se, but you know how to take care of that Becta Corbin, and so help me if he scuffs it.
If you put a damn scratch into the thing.
There's some irony in here somewhere.
There's a difference between doing what must be done in battle and being careless. Turris. Anyway.
I'm very careful, thank you very much.
Yeah, for every scratch you put on my hammer, I will put on your building.
Oh my god.
Squints
Sheesh.
hard.
Holy moly!
Meanwhile, horns are scraping the top of the roof.
Just perpetually.
Maybe that's
I
sanding
imagine
is
it's
a
a
good
very
idea.
tight fit for me in there.
Probably. He'll be able to vault some of the ceilings too when he gets a bit more control of the tower.
Oh, that'll be nice.
I did
Sims
not.
creator mode.
It's crazy. We have a Type 2 Smuggler's Pack And I'm like, incredible.
Yeah, you found it in the tunnels, in Pahu's tunnels. So I think when you're like showing Tin around, well, you know, watching her kind of like play and explore around the place. There's like a kind of a moment when she's like tiring down and like getting, you know, enjoying the wonder of the place, but like it's kind of like settling a little. Maybe it's like when you guys are coming back inside and she like plops down in a chair at the table in the den, like lets out a sigh. It's like as everyone else is kind of starting to shuffle off to bed and the tower's kind of quiet. You guys are like winding down and decompressing, and then she seems to get kind of quiet for a little bit, kind of just like thinking over the day, almost like in reverse order, starting at the end and working back. And there is like a moment where she kind of like furrows her brow, and she's like kind of out of nowhere. She says,
The trauma dumping begins.
Did your friends hurt that man that was protecting us?
Holy shit.
Is it just me and her?
I think there's other...
No,
Turkon followed you guys in.
Okay. Fine.
And
Staris
I'm
is
conveniently
busy watching my hammer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm conveniently in the workshop right now.
conveniently.
I'm avoiding children.
My cat, of course, decided right now is the best time to fuck up my shit. Staris will kind of take a deep breath and sigh and wasn't my friends. Well, the devils we were fighting have some responsibility, but that was my doing. Leo did something very, very bad. And I had to end him because of it.
her eyes kind of like flinch when you say that, and then she kind of like looks up at you and then like looks kind of like down at the table and kind of nods, like mulling it over.
You remember when you came to my temple?
Kind of like smiles
smiles
a little bit and then like nods again.
And the other Steno there, my sisters, how they welcomed you?
Yeah.
We took care of you and made sure you got home safely. Well, Leo and some other men, they let their prejudice and fear take over, and they killed all of them.
And her smile kind of drops and her brow furrow deepens. She looks upset to hear that. She mulls on that for a moment. You really seem to want to keep us safe.
I do.
No, Leo did. I don't... How could he do that?
Sometimes people do things that they think are right, and they end up hurting more people than they realize.
And she kind of nods again. And just sighs, processing that.
I'm glad he was good to you, but he was not a good person.
And again, there's a moment, and then like another kind of slow nod. She's like, I think I get it.
It's not something. It's not a burden that you need to bear, Tin. What matters is that you're safe now. In a magic tower. And you and your parents are gonna help us to do more good.
There's like another smile that kind of like tugs at her lips when you mention like the magic tower again. And she nods along as you're saying the rest of it, and she kind of like slips out of the chair and goes and gives you a hug. And she's like, I'm glad you're okay.
Me too. It is good to see you again. You remind me of better times.
She smiles wide and nods. I'm gonna go find Mom and Dad.
Rest well.
She nods again. She's like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sleep very well here tonight. There's so much to look at.
Okay, good. Glad it's because of excitement. You don't have anything to fear here.
Yeah. She nods excitedly and then runs off to find the parents.
Staris will kind of fall quiet and mull over her own words.
Okay. And then it sounded like everyone was kind of turning in. We've got the rune getting passed over, and didn't sound like there were any other events for the night. So everyone heads off to bed, heads off to get their rest. As you do, Staris, that conversation kind of fresh in your mind. You head to bed, and you start to have a dream that maybe you've had before. A dream of invaders entering the temple to Denala. Horrifying, shadowy figures that corner and cut down your Steno family, but this time one of them is Leo, one of them is a face. And as you start to slip into this dream, you hear, knowing the scenes that come next, you hear a deep voice that is becoming more and more familiar to you say, "Not tonight, Duskwing." And then in the dream, the sun rises, and you look and the shadowy figures kind of burn away. And you turn your head back to where your Steno sisters were being cornered. And you see Syl now, sitting on one of the stone benches outside the temple, and there's only the warm stun. The temple, you, and Syl. She's holding a cup of tea, this kind of warm, earthy tea that Stara used to make from the local herbs. And you can't hear the words, but you know that you speak of pleasant things, and you both smile. And this goes on for what feels like forever in this dream. And at some point you become aware that a third sister kind of joins you, sits down at one of the benches, but you don't look over, you're enraptured in this conversation. You don't check who it is. You're just kind of in this dream-like fog. But you know that they are smiling too. And then when this third figure finally speaks, it snaps you to awareness, almost like you're no longer dreaming. And you hear a voice say, "I was happy to think that you had escaped unscathed." And finally able to look over yourself, you see Sig sitting at one of the other benches, as she was when you knew her in life. And she finishes by saying, "I didn't know I could still be so naive after the attack." And then you blink. And when you open your eyes from this blink, she is the spitting image of the figure that you saw at the Devil Keep, where the snakes kind of flowing from her head had been. They're like cut off right at right above shoulder length, where you also see like a closed over cut along the side of her neck. She looks paler than she was, and something about like her skin tone is kind of off. She looks a little bit more gaunt, but she is still smiling at you. And then she kind of sighs, and you're able to speak back if you like.
Okay. So she said, "I was happy to think you escaped unscathed.
Yeah.
I didn't know I could be so naive."
Yep.
Staris will kind of have a like confused, relieved expression on her face. And I imagine in this dream she's not wearing her like veil over her eyes.
Right.
And she'll like ask Sig what happened to her.
She kind of shifts, and as she does, it like reminds you of the way Augustine flinched when he saw Turkan in that square. Were you actually? I don't know if you saw that.
No.
Never mind.
I was not there. I was with the old men.
Never mind. It's like, oh, this line is going to be so clever. And then I was like, wait a fucking minute.
Damn.
Anyway, she kind of like recoils a little when she remembers this moment. And she's kind of looks you in the eye and she says, you saw. I was cut down by those mercenaries. And then later, I don't know how much later, I was brought back. I was told brought back by a man who wants to see the world improved, but told me I could make it burn first. And in that moment, there's just like a terrible coldness takes over her eyes.
Ooh. Maybe one that's a bit familiar.
Yeah. And to that point, a moment later,
Heroes, yeah.
she says, "Won't you leave the rage to me, sister? Won't you go find some way to be happy?" And her lips kind of like quiver as she says it.
This burden is mine. It's my fault they even came. You all were telling me to stay out of the city, that my curiosity was dangerous. I can't.
It isn't your fault this world is broken. She kind of looks away.
I would rather free you from that torment. Do you know who brought you back?
She kind of like looks back and she closes her eyes for a moment first. She has to kind of like settle her nerves before she kind of returns to the conversation and then looks back to you and says, I think you've already met him once. They call him the Hand.
What kind of power do they have over you?
There's kind of like the corners of her eyes kind of like twitch, almost like it's like a half squint. But for a moment, she seems like a little amused at that assertion. Like I said, I get to make the world burn before whatever plan he has to fix it. And then I get to rest once my work is done.
And how do you plan to make the world burn?
She kind of like looks down, she kind of considers for a moment. And then she looks back up and says, if you continue as you are, you'll find out.
I don't see how there can be a different way, Sig. There's this burning in me. I have to find a way to let it out, and this is what it's driving me to do. If I stop, I don't know if I could control it.
She looks kind of like sad and nods. Killing them won't fix anything, you know? But I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't smile every time.
I feel like we deserve that, at the very least. I know killing them won't bring any of you back. Some semblance of balance, at least, is my hope.
She kind of crosses her arms and nods.
Where are you? And how are you communicating with me?
The man I'm working with has... well... it's kind of like a half smile, and she's like, our allies have useful spells. One of the men, I think the one in charge, you need to be careful of him. He just watched while Stara and I fought his allies, but he was the one I was most afraid of. Something about... something about the glee behind his eyes as we fought. It shook me.
Well, I'll look forward to replacing that glee with fear when I face him.
She nods. And instead of telling you where she is, she kind of looks to the side, and like off to the side of the benches there's like a little clearing, and there's just a couple of swords kind of like laying there that you hadn't noticed before, and she kind of nods to them. She's like, have you kept up?
I admittedly have been a bit lacking in my practice with the sword.
Well, I would like to make sure you still know what to do when a blade's coming at you. And she kind of like stands up and goes and walks to both the swords and picks them up, and then like nods to you, looks to you and nods, and like waits for you to stand up. Sees if you'll accept.
Yeah, she will.
Okay, then she'll toss one to you, and you guys spar for a time. And I think rather suddenly she seems to kind of like look off to the side, like in the middle of the sparring. You're going back and forth. She's a very strong opponent.
Oh, yeah.
And you can tell kind of the whole time that she is like taking it easy, kind of like looking for openings, looking for teachable moments to like land blows and stuff. But then very suddenly she kind of like glances off to the side and then like steps forward and kind of like feints in one direction with the blade, and then kind of like hooks down and like lands the pommel of it against your wrist while you go to like parry the blow, and like knocks the sword clean out of your hand and kind of like takes it and looks over back the direction she was looking. She says, I have to go.
So soon. When can I see you again?
She kind of she looks back, and there's kind of a mixed look of just kind of like a bittersweet look on her face. Just this bittersweet smile, and she says, "We'll be running into each other again. Be well." And then, before you can even respond, you blink again, and she's gone.
I think Staris will just kind of stare kind of at the place where Sig had been just moments ago, and yeah, think over that whole interaction, and then return to the bench with Syl.
Yeah,
and try to pull herself back into that.
you hear the voice of Dream Syl behind you, and you know you could you can sink right back into the dream. And you turn back and return to the bench. Sit down. Resume your lovely conversation with Syl. For the rest of you, the night passes uneventfully. Well, for... I don't know where Stu sleeps. I had gotten...
Cuddled with Turkon?
Yeah. Turkon, in your... you were woken up at some point in the night by Stu, just like jolting awake and just hyperventilating. Just like... mimics everywhere. And then Stu just kind of like...
I open one eye and it's like, what?
It's horrible. There were mimics everywhere, and there were people, but I was stuck, and I couldn't eat any of them.
Man, you're fine. Go back to sleep.
He clatters and turns the other direction and dozes back off. So, the morning comes, and you guys all...
I was just kind of expecting Sue just to turn into a chair permanently.
Just goes dormant.
I had a Maratan...
Part of the mimic lifestyle, you know?
I had a Maratan nightmare written up for Stu that I never put into action, and I sent it to Rye, and they were very amused, so I... So, morning comes, and you guys start to wake up, gather in the kind of dorm area, or the first couple hours of dawn.
Isha is the first awake.
As per usual.
With the dawn, perhaps.
Indeed.
How incredibly old lady of you. Let me click my long rest button. Staris is gonna take some time to treat wounds on herself in the morning.
Oh, I just kind of assumed we just did that throughout the night anyway.
Yeah, I think it's fair for everyone to set their health to max anytime you were resting at the...
Oh, okay. Great.
No, it's funny to think
Good for you.
that it could take 16 hours to fully heal yourself if you fail enough medicine checks.
If we're ever pressured for time, maybe, but today seems like a rather open day for the party, so
Yeah.
anything that wasn't done last night could be done in the morning.
I am going to the courtyard and practice swinging my hammer.
All right.
You're new and improved.
Yeah. I think You guys, we don't interact with them much because they're not very talkative, but the the Mudman and the Earth Wisp are still hanging around too.
Oh yeah.
So
Our first one.
yeah. So Mudman will he'll be like hanging out in the yard. He'll see you like swinging the hammer around. And he'll just start making like earthen target dummies for you, to training dummies, to just like bash apart. Just setting mud everywhere in the yard. Neither of you care.
They've really taken up the the mantle of hospitality,
Mhm.
giving Turkon just what he needed.
Yep.
But I think Staris will come down from her quarters, maybe a little later than normal. But with her usual mask on her face, not really portraying any specific emotion.
And this morning, and probably the last couple of mornings, Neria will kind of like a little bit after a couple of you kind of gather in the den. Neria kind of like pops out of the kitchen, saying, "Good morning," and like bringing out kind of several rounds of food.
The tower's really turning into a great place to be.
Yeah, upon
Staris will partake, and she'll ask if anyone had seen Turkon. I don't know if Isha saw Turkon going into the courtyard or not.
Isha doesn't respond to that. She just sort of turns to you and is really abrupt about your quest for balance. It's not balance.
Whoa.
Revenge.
Good morning to you too, Isha.
I ask you this question knowing that you probably don't have an answer. But have you considered the scales balanced when you had died?
When I had died,
Yes.
I didn't die, Isha. The balance I seek is for my sisters that were slain. They took from me, I take from them.
Interesting.
Is it? Frankly, I think it's very straightforward.
I just... I don't blame you, I suppose.
Oh, well, how relieved I am that you don't blame me. Does certainly seem like You have opinions.
I was just simply wondering if you had thought that maybe the things that had happened for a reason.
The reason being ignorance and pettiness.
Those might be the reasons you think.
Do you have a theory you'd like to share?
It seems that your patron seems to know more about this than maybe they're caring to let on, since your assailants are working with the Seraph.
My patron is guiding me to where I need to be in order to fulfill my quest. I don't think they're withholding anything unnecessary. And if they are, that's my burden to bear.
Unfortunately, it is not just your burden to bear. When you include others in your quest, it is also everyone else's burden.
Well, they have a choice. I said from the beginning I didn't expect all of you to help me. That was a kindness, one I'm grateful for. But I still give you all the choice. I admit there's still a lot I don't know about my patron. Perhaps that's something I can explore a bit more. Would that help ease your reservations?
If you could just be more careful next time.
More careful how?
That girl.
Was she in danger?
No. But who's to say that if no one had stopped her?
Are you implying I would have hurt a child?
Your actions have consequences that you cannot see. Every dip is an infinite chain. I simply ask that you pay more attention to where you dip and where you cause it to ripple.
I suppose that's something I can do. Albeit a very vague thing to request. I don't see the things that you see, obviously. What were the ripples you're referring to with this most recent dip? Because from what I can tell, my actions have gained us new allies. I don't see any negative consequences.
That's the thing. The ripples are not at their destination yet. They have not collided anything to create a new reaction. But if those had not been friends of yours, then we would have 3 new enemies, perhaps.
That's fair. But we don't. So moving forward, I'll pay attention to my ripples, and I'll continue to remind you you have a choice when it comes to my quest. I'd much rather have you as an ally.
You don't have a choice.
Well, for that, I'm grateful then.
And no, I don't know where Turkon went. I've been waiting here all morning.
Cena's just been here this whole time. I'll go fetch him.
He was moving so slow you couldn't see him.
Yeah, literally. But then we got into a heated conversation. He's like, said I gotta hear this. Okay, well, I'll go fetch Turkon. He won't want to miss a meal. Okay. So I'll go let Turkon know breakfast is ready.
I just like to imagine that you walk out to the courtyard and just everything is covered in mud.
Getting creative with your sparring practice this morning, Turkon.
I've been having fun, that's for sure.
Don't know if Turris will appreciate you tracking all that mud into his tower. Neria just served breakfast. Do you want to pause and eat?
Food time.
Yeah. Staris
Like,
will
flicks the mud off the
prestidigitation
hammer.
him. He's worried about his weapon being dirty, and I'm worried about him being dirty.
I'll wave towards the elemental as thanks. And thanks, rather.
How cute.
Like that scene with Terminator, but instead of like
It's lava.
yeah.
Blood.
Yeah.
As we're walking back, Staris will warn Turkon that Isha seems to be in a particularly foul mood this morning.
Different than normal?
Well, I guess it's not out of the ordinary, it's just targeted towards me, so perhaps I am feeling her ire a bit more intensely than normal. She seems to disagree with my actions and is warning me about consequences. Something about ripples. They're not at their destination yet.
Turkon's just blinking confusedly, like, this doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
She's annoyingly cryptic as usual. I wish she would just tell me what she's seeing. But she did confirm I have no choice but to be her ally, so that's good.
Now we're forced allies.
Well, forced allies is better than enemies.
Yeah.
As much as Isha gets on my nerves, I'd much rather have her as an ally. Then we'll
Sorry,
walk
can you say
into
that
the
again? I had a
tower.
very loud cat.
You're fine. I was saying I'd much rather have Isha as an ally than an enemy.
We've seen how she fights.
Well, more than just how she fights. She knows things. Everything, from my estimation. Though she tends to be quite choosy with what she shares openly. I'm sure she has her reasons, but I had hoped that with more time together, those reasons would happen more often. Somehow I always feel like I'm just 10 paces behind her.
I think we all are.
It's probably more than 10 paces. I'm being too generous.
As you guys
Man, how long of a walk is it to this place?
As you guys enter
That's
the,
all.
enter the main dorm again, you hear Cinevoction is now actually playing the fiddle. Filling the main hall with music as it fills up with an assortment of people. Tithe and Egwin are there. Tin is gobbling down food. And a couple is already kind of comparing notes and going back and forth.
I feel like as
I
we're
grab a
walking...
platter and fill up with food.
Yeah, I feel like as we're walking in, Staris starts to kind of try to talk about her dream with Sig. And then Turkon gets distracted by the food, and she kind of clams up and goes to the table.
Got you. Anyone? Yeah, I guess. Turris, you probably arrived. Seems like you arrived last in this sequence of events. Perhaps working on something for the morning. And you see quite the crowd gathered in the den, in kind of the main room of this floor.
I'm glad you all seem to be enjoying yourselves.
Cinevoction pulls up a third pseudopod and gives like a thumbs up as he's playing with the other two.
Rad.
Tower Eincrad really is turning into the place to be. I have to say the addition of Neria's cooking is most welcome.
Yes, I quite agree.
So,
What were you going to say?
I was going to ask if we plan to go to the town.
That's not what you were going to say.
I was going to share with Turkon a dream I had. I suppose
With a
I could
mouthful of food, Turkon's like, "Oh yeah, Stu had a dream too."
Was it a pleasant dream, Stu?
No, it was awful.
Sorry to hear that. Mine was pleasant. Though a bit unusual. I got confirmation that Steno we saw when we were fighting the devils. My sister, Sig, she came to me in the dream last night. Said she was slain by those mercenaries, but then brought back by the hand. I don't know what to make of it.
Whole group likes to bring things back to life, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. She spoke to me, but she wasn't exactly like before.
Dying has a way of changing you.
She implied that our paths would cross again soon.
Yes, that makes sense. Our path lies in the head of the hands, and if she serves the hand, then it's merely a matter of time.
Head of the hand, the ear of the seraph.
Yeah,
This is all
whoa.
quite preposterous.
Deep, man. What's that scene? It's something to think about.
Something I've been a lot apprehensive to think about is if I need to consider her an enemy to our cause.
Could she not help us reveal what more of the hand is doing?
That's my hope. I had tried to ask what kind of hold the hand has on her, and I didn't get anything. At least not anything of substance. She said her mission was to make the world burn before the hand would step in to fix it.
Maybe there is no hold. Perhaps she serves willingly.
Does that mean Augustine now serves the hand as well?
There's no evidence to show that Augustine was revived by the hand.
Except that they're the ones that took his body.
Yes, but it's still... Any cleric could create a shell for a soul. Truly anyone who can touch the divine could do such a thing.
If what we were led to believe about the what's the word, the occupation of the Undercity, does seem as though that they're all working for the Seraph anyhow, not the hand.
Yes, Augustine and the Seraph and is sort of separate from the hand, of course. But I think that there are a lot of people here who would jump at a second chance for righting what they believe is wronged.
You can't see it behind her veil, but she's like blinking at you. Anyway, that's what I wanted to share. Turkon got distracted by a meal. I can't blame him.
I'm sure this really was more than a dream.
She confirmed with me that it was a spell one of her allies apparently was able to cast that let her come to me.
So the hat knows that she's in contact with you.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Just tread lightly if you ever hear from her again. We don't want to reveal our own hand.
Well,
No pun intended.
That's a pretty good line, too. Scene writes it down.
And Staris is kind of pulled into some contemplation of like, my sister, my enemy? But that's her internal struggle. I'll be sure to be forthcoming if I am contacted again.
I have no reason to doubt that you won't be. You will be. I have no reason to doubt that you won't be forthcoming.
I appreciate your faith in me.
That's us first the Seraph, and we need to rely on each other as much as we can, I think.
I agree. Our whole purpose is to gather as many allies as we can.
And we've been doing a splendid job of that here. However, I think that we need to spread our influence a little further, you know. Hopefully the giants will be on our side not too long.
With any luck. I can't remember the name of the king we sent over there, but I have faith that he will do a very good job of diplomacy. Damn it, what's his name?
Farron.
Or your
Farron,
Farron.
thank you. I need to update my list of NPCs. I have it very poorly organized.
Rolodex time.
I know, I really need to get one. It's bad.
I mean to give you guys permission to see like all of the people in the actors folder for like Tower Denizens. So then we'll just have like a list right in the game. I think you guys have access to some, but not all of them.
I see Earthwisp, the Pahu, Luca, Mudwretch, and Stu.
Yeah. Okay.
How is Luca -1 in level?
I know, Luca is -1.
He is not a player character, thus he can be weaker than a player character's minimum.
Oh,
Dang.
I have to protect him at all costs.
I do need to bump up his skills as he's been studying and helping you guys. But yeah, he does only have 8 HP.
Oh, baby. I probably also only have 8 HP IRL. So, not to, remove the spotlight from me, but could we remove the spotlight from me and talk about our quest for the day?
There's some town you should wanted to visit.
We should all want to visit it. Not just
We
me.
do all want to visit it.
You all want to live, right? Something you want to do? Then we need to invest in armor.
We do have quite a cache of things we could offload for some gold.
Yeah, following the road, where you guys left the door at the bridge, it's only, it's not even a full day's travel to get to town on the road, actually. It's nice, easy walking.
Nice.
And now we won't have to... It's nice that we had those striking runes for Turkon. That will save us a fair amount of money, although I think we are a little behind curve.
That's entirely possible.
Yeah, we're like... well, we're not too behind. We are just a little behind. It's like not that bad. But our survivability will go up though when we get these like the +1, the status rune and the save rune.
Yeah. Oh. At this point, you guys have probably successfully identified the fiddle, but Scene of Auction has been MIA. So I'll just identify this and share this with you guys.
I'm so mad it's not gold.
It is. Sorry. It should be gold. I need to rewrite the description. It's gold with
It
like.
should be gold.
It's gold on the outside. Some of the like. Some of the parts of it are like peeling back, and there's just like lines in the grain of just like ash and char that like light up when he plays it.
This is insane. It just turns. That's crazy.
It's a little crazy.
That's actually nuts. What the fuck?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Joe? At least you're entertaining yourself.
He's doing a great job.
Doing a great
whatever he's doing.
job.
Oh, you put this bottom line. I didn't finish reading it. It's not as good as I thought it was, but it's still pretty good.
It is, yeah, I'm not gonna lie and say it's not good.
It's still pretty good. I just thought it made, any single target spell an AoE spell. I'm like, that is insane. Firstly,
and it's only spells that you cast from the fiddle's like staff side, So you can't use this for just any spells he knows. It has to be like
he should be able to do that.
He should be able to do that. You want that seems.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing he's gonna do is magic missile. It's fine.
It seems a little more broken.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of stuff, a lot of sellable stuff.
We really do.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's one of those things where we don't have 2 marshals or 3 marshals, so
Yeah.
like a lot of the loot just like
You did have to.
I know.
a lot of the loot just goes by the wayside.
Yeah.
Because spellcasters are not very good at it's just like worse to strike most of the time.
Right.
Mhm. We don't have a Jeremy in this game to organize all of our food. I've
It's
grown
not.
a little reliant on him.
It is really not that complicated. I could do it. I could do it just as quickly.
Oh, okay, thank you for volunteering.
I wish the party stash had like a
sell button.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I guess it does for treasure.
Yep. Yeah, but it kind of most of the stuff that you get that is treasure is just like not going to be like things, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Also, like usually when you sell treasure, you're getting the full value, so there's like no reason for it to calculate. But
yeah,
I personally don't think that it is that crazy to believe that Forge can't handle putting a sell button on everything.
It'd be nice. Yeah, it'd be nice to just click it and have it sell at half. Like, I want it more for the stuff that's not treasure. Just calculate the 0.5x for me, please. Okay. So, it sounds like we're gonna head to town, do some selling and buying. Maybe we take a break here, and then we proceed with that. Because I don't think I'm gonna get to a better cliffhanger in the next 20 minutes. So, I'll catch you guys in like 10 minutes or whenever we're all back.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Sounds good. BRB.
Sounds good.
I am back, but I'm gonna mute because I am munching on chips.
Roger. I just kind of like stood up and started walking circles and finishing my food. Because Joe had like just dug a little nest in his blanket. And I was like, I don't want to go upstairs and prompt you to follow me, so we'll just let you stay settled and I'll just finish my food.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oop, ignore that.
I don't know what I'm ignoring, so that's good.
I deleted it. I fixed it.
Oh,
I was trying to edit something and I accidentally sent it to chat, so it's not even accurate anyway.
Huh.
Oh.
Okay. I needed a few extra minutes, but I'm back now.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, damn.
No worries.
So this may be unsurprising, but I've been kind of putzing around trying to figure out a couple feats that I want from last level up.
Gotcha.
It's only a level 2 feat, but I'm wondering, because I was looking at this earlier, and then it's like, oh, we're going to town. Would this be extra specially helpful? Let's see here. Or would this not be super helpful to what we have available to us already?
There to go, who to talk to. This is incredibly helpful when you're going to new, bigger settlements. Could be helpful here. I don't know how much time you're gonna spend here, how often you'll visit. I mean, it's very close to your tower, so it's convenient in that way. But, you know, I don't know how helpful it'll be for this settlement, but very helpful in new places for sure. You would then also need the connections or criminal connections feats to kind of like make use of it, but
oh, so I just don't automatically. Okay.
yeah. So like normally those feats work in places where you have like a lot of familiarity already like built up a rapport. This feat makes those feats better by making it take less time to kind of build up that rapport.
I see.
So on its own, it doesn't actually do that much.
I wouldn't be able to do anything.
Right.
I don't have connections or criminal connections.
That's rough.
That's rough.
Yeah, that is rough. I always forget how much money IUSIP is worth.
It's
looking at the character value sheets, and it's just like Turris Einkrad, 15,000 gold. Holy fuck.
Literally. Oh my god, I'm so broke compared to y'all.
That's because you just like don't. If you took that type 2, if you took the type 2 bag, like if you took the smuggler sack, you would jump up to like 500, 600 gold. That's not like the amount of GP. That's like the amount of value on your character, basically.
Yeah.
Bone Daddy. I'm still thinking about that.
We're all still thinking about Bone Daddy. At least I am. That was so funny.
We stopped the Bone Daddy from being summoned, so I hope you guys are happy.
I am. He was just trouble waiting to happen. So perhaps he still is.
It's kind of crazy. I thought we put the whole Bone Daddy thing to rest, and now he's fucking back.
How'd you put it to rest?
Well, we put it. I thought we did it in the march.
You
Put him back or whatever.
You killed the Desert Hound.
Yeah, the Bone Daddy's son.
Yeah, the Bone Daddy's lackey.
Yeah, his son.
But you know, he's still around. He's just waking up. It's still morning for him. He just started to wake up 60 years ago.
Man.
And then, you know.
Man. What the fuck?
That was future badness I was telegraphing. Although it, you know, turns out he doesn't like the void. So is it future badness? You decide. I mean, I also will decide.
I don't. With a name like Bone Daddy, I don't fucking know if I like him that much. If I'm a bit for real about it.
Man, future Bone Dadness.
Bone Daddy is a bone baddie.
Yeah.
Are they buffing your class, by the way, Varys? 10.5?
Monk? No idea.
Ugh.
I would doubt they're changing Monk that much in 0.5. They might in 0.1.
They posted the final notes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll have to go check it out.
I'm still getting fucked.
And it sounds like in a bad way.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'm sorry that's happening to you.
It's not great. It's not great. It's not great. It's pretty bad. My class is already not great.
Why'd you
Like my.
pick it then?
Why did I pick them? Because they're funny. Funny class.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's a good reason.
I like that instead of nerfing Shadowburn, they're just like fuck Rain of Fire, and I'm like fuck. I don't want to keep pressing Shadowburn. It's the least fun button to press. It's so awful. I think last time I played WoW, Varys, Shadowburn was also like the good Warlock button.
Yeah.
And I hate it, you know?
That's fair.
Also, now I get to start the week-long process of replacing my runic weapon spell with something else. Yay! Yay!
Yay!
I don't have to do it anymore.
Woohoo!
He just permanently has runic weapon now. Yay!
Yay! It finally happened.
I know it only took us 2 levels.
Yeah, well, we've been busy.
Yeah. It's definitely not my fault. So,
Is everyone back?
I think so.
I think so. I think I've heard everyone.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought I heard
Oh.
everyone.
I didn't hear Bill, but maybe Bill never left. And
I said I was back, and people said, "Hey,
Yeah,
welcome back."
he did.
oh, I was.
Oh, it was.
I was
after.
gone. I went to go pee, and my body was like, "We got to do something else, too, gamer." And I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. And then I was like, "Ah, damn it."
This boy be yapping.
You know, I do like to yap.
Mm-hmm.
That's true and real.
Me too.
So yeah. As the morning progresses, you guys gather yourselves about the door again. You hop through. You step through carefully so as not to faceplant into the riverbank as you leave the door. Someone probably explains to the newcomers that if they go a certain distance beyond the tower's walls, if they leave the tower effectively, they won't be able to go back through the door.
I think we probably have an orientation now.
Yeah, probably.
Set
We
up
need
and
to
ready.
have an official tower officiant, like someone who does the onboarding.
You need to get
Are you... the earth elemental, the mud wretch isn't that
No,
person?
where's what's his fuck? Where's Envoy?
Which one? Oh my god!
I was gonna say you need to get Sonus's printer to just print out instructions and
Oh my god, yeah, we do need the paddle for real.
yeah.
So is that a print?
Yeah, you needed someone to print flyers for him, so he
Oh my god.
found an intern.
The person who actually got the killing blow using an actual paddle
Yep.
on yeah.
He crit with a paddle that only did 1d4 plus strength damage on a big
Oh my god.
Naga boss that had 8 health left
Wow.
and got the kill. I was like, it'll be safe to bop him, and then the crit came, and I was like, oh boy. Well, it's probably still fine, and max damage. I was like, oh boy.
Needed max damage to kill 2, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
I remember she had damage resist, so
Oh wow.
he needed to roll exactly max to
Perfectly,
kill her.
yeah.
Yeah. It was so.
That's
that was a moment.
wild.
That was that was a moment.
Yep. One of those unforgettable TTRPG
It was
moments.
a classic. My NPCs always end up last hitting something on a crit, and then my players make jokes about that character being a self-insert, and I'm like,
That's funny. That's how they're trying to cope there.
yeah. I won't take it from him. It's fine.
Coping.
Oh my god.
So you guys hop on through the portal. You hop on the road. The rotting cart continues to rot rather rapidly. The spell obviously isn't affecting it anymore, but you left it in not great shape, and now one of the wheels is broken off of the axle, and it's all cattywampus. You start to head south on the road. You don't really meet many travelers. The road is a little bit rough for the first stretch, and then you get closer to the town, and it kind of smooths out, becomes a little bit more well taken care of. It seems like the road has had work on it somewhat recently, but further north, it is definitely in bad shape and hasn't been that taken care of. As you end up kind of cresting a hill, and then suddenly you just see kind of this bay between the cape and the mainland, and a stretch of kind of a set of buildings along the coast. It's kind of almost broken into two. There's kind of a spread out village with lots of little docks kind of curling around this bay. And then there's just a really big pier, a really big built up industrial pier that you would see in a much bigger city, like a port city, built out into the water. with like a fairly big ship docked at it. And over there, kind of where that pier is, there's like more well put together buildings. It goes from like shacks and kind of buildings like wood buildings kind of worn down by the salty air to like these kind of well masoned buildings that are much more recent construction, like within the last year. And both sides of the town are relatively bustling. There's folks going back and forth. It's kind of an interesting place. It's like part fishing village, part like frontier town, kind of, is the vibe going on. And it seems kind of like there's not a lot of like signage on the more industrial part of town, and the buildings are kind of all oriented like towards each other. It seems very like organized, but not really organized for visitors. It seems like whatever's going on here is kind of like kind of like an internal thing. Like he just starts walking on. Excellent. Blend in.
Human form adapted.
Yeah, it kind of seems like all these buildings are related, and like people kind of walk into one building, kind of pull out a crate of stuff, building that looks the most like kind of the general shop, and they'll haul this crate over to a building that looks kind of more like a barracks. Excuse me. Throat is giving me trouble.
He's like, can we cancel?
No.
Abort session.
We're fine. I just like, I'm still good. But it kind of seems like all of these buildings are set up in relation to each other, and it's not like, the building that like is a store also seems like a storeroom for like whoever this barracks is putting up for sleep and whatnot. So you guys start looking for a place to kind of like offload items. That's kind of like goal one. Okay. Yeah. You get kind of pointed a couple different directions. This kind of someone goes in, but when you like start asking around about a place to sell items, there's someone who kind of looks a little bewildered as you ask about that, and they're like, give me a sec, and comes back with this gnome, delivers this gnome to you, who kind of like gives you all a nod, and without introducing herself is like, all right, what do you got? Show me what you have.
You should just like
up in the bag.
Whoa.
Yeah,
She says as you like start to pour it out. I'm like,
there's like Isha has like his sleeves of, like has the sleeves of storage, and he just like starts like dumping it all out of the sleeve.
Wait, that's not what I that's not what I asked. So, I'm not paying for the. I need to. Okay. What are you trying to offload?
She's like,
Pulls out the extra battle axe.
Okay, all right. You can take. You got quite the collection here. You can take the armor and the weapons. Take it to the smith. He's gonna know what to do with them. What we need. How much we can pay. If you have any treasure, I guess I can look that over. And then I don't honestly know what to do with the knickknacks that you got. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, like she like reaches into the sleeve and like pulls out. There's like a clanking of like rock against like bone inside the sleeve as she's like trying to pull out like the 4 pieces of jade.
Oh wow.
She has to like really, really lean down.
And when the pieces of jade kind of pop out, she's like, "Oh, all right, yeah, those are pretty nice. All right, we can send that back. Yeah, yeah, we can pay market for that. Pay 25 gold a piece, and she'll just take it off your hand for market value. I don't know if you're selling any of the consumables or if you're keeping those and mostly selling the armor and the weapons and stuff.
It's one of the things I feel like if we just like hire a super duper sick archer guy and give him this arrow, it'll be sick.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we're ever gonna have a sick archer guy.
Yeah, for a while you had Stu and now you don't have Stu, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. I think it's probably, there's an argument to be made that it could make sense to sell this and put it to something you'll use right now instead of waiting to give it to an archer hireling in 3 levels when these arrows are going to be, not as good.
I mean, spell strike ammunition is always
Spell
good.
strike's always going to be fine, yeah. That's always going to scale with whoever's embedding the spell, so.
I'll take the ladder and the pendant of the occult.
Alrighty.
Out.
I was like, I feel like one of us doesn't have some of us can't see in the dark. You need to leave the torch there.
I can't remember who can't see in the dark.
I think it's Tarkon.
Well, I have we all have dark vision at least, or low light vision. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Low light is it's helpful. It's fine. It's definitely not dark vision.
Mm-mm.
Also,
The only two that have dark vision are Scene and Isha.
Fair enough.
that big old eyeball. Also, Armis has a +1 Warhammer that he's been holding on to.
Okay.
Not that he can use it, but maybe
Yeah,
now.
+1 weapons are worth like 15 gold to 17 gold, depending on their what. Like +1 battle axes are worth like 35 gold, so if you sell that for half, it's like 17 gold.
Yeah.
It's definitely like not bad.
Yeah. Go. It definitely. Yeah. Don't start like getting rid of the weapons and armor yet.
Well, fine.
Yeah. You guys go talk to the smith after, you have her like kind of, you have this gnome kind of appraise the jade. She points you towards the smith. They're not, you get the impression they're not going to pay extra for things like jade and treasure. Like you're not going to be able to upsell them too much just because they don't have that many resources. So they're not, you're not going to eke out extra for the treasures and stuff. They don't have a lot of use for the, I forgot the name. Forgot the word. It's fine. Commodities.
I also know that this longsword is just a +1 longsword, so I believe it's only 35 gold.
Let's see. Which one? Leo's?
Leo's longsword?
Yeah, Leo's
I believe
longsword.
it's only
The striking is
I believe
gone.
it's only a +1, yeah.
Yeah, correct. Okay. You go talk to the smith. Do you try to you go talk to the smith. He's like hammering away at stuff. There's a couple of like really beautiful pieces kind of hung up. It's like really impressively well crafted things. But the thing he's hammering on right now is just basic sword, basic longsword. That he's just kind of trying to like rough out. without too much direct kind of attention and effort, seemingly. He kind of like does a double take over his shoulder as you guys enter. And he himself is rather tall, just like kind of just brown-haired human. Then he says, just be with you all in a sec, as he kind of hammers a couple more times and quenches the sword. And then turns around and kind of like wipes his brow, takes off his smithing gloves and tosses them aside. Says, what can I do to help? What do you need? We're running low on some stock, so...
Yeah, he should just pulls out 8 breastplates.
Kind of like eyes widen a little bit.
We have a deal for you.
And then he nods and he's like, you're here to offload instead of buy. All right. That's wonderful to hear. And this is moderately insane to do, but it's fine. He'll buy all of your weapons and armor at cost. It's like even value.
Wow.
Yeah, or at market, I guess.
Like at the value?
Yeah, so not half.
That is actually insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are really stimulating the local economy.
That changes my math, so I have to double everything.
Sorry.
Hell yeah.
I apologize
Okay,
for the extra gold.
Don't apologize.
1, 2, 3,
But
4, 5.
you guys brought raw equipment to the right place.
It's crazy how this suddenly became a flat number. It was like not a flat number before, and now it's a flat number.
Getting rid of division will do that.
Yes. So, and then Isha will say that we also require potency. We require runes for our armor.
Right, got that. How many you need?
She. Oh,
Any of us are there?
yeah. Well, I was like,
4 or 5?
I don't remember how many. I don't remember what level the +1 rune is.
I have a potency rune already.
Oh yeah,
For
true.
your armor.
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
I've got 1 in each slot actually. I've got a property, resilient, and potency.
Oh, damn. Okay, well, 1 for me, please.
Gotcha.
Okay, armor potencies are 160 apiece.
Oh yeah, those are right. You're right.
Back your belt.
Okay. So selling all the weapons and armor is this much. It's 630.
Okay.
Did you say we should or shouldn't sell the +1 Warhammer?
We probably should if he's giving us 35 gold for it.
It's true.
Sell
You
everything.
can buy a +1 Warhammer from someone else later for the exact same cost.
Yeah. If we really need another +1 Warhammer, we could just loot it off of a guy or something. All right, it's 35 gold, right? For the Warhammer?
Yeah.
Didn't just make up that number.
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings our total up to 565. Divided by 5? I guess we'll give Scene his share.
Do you want to buy the? Like, maybe that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean we could do.
I was gonna say maybe subtract the armor potency price before, but
Well, so it's 630. It's 665, and then I would have to do
and the armor
the math of 160 times.
it's 640. because Bill already has armor potency.
Oh, we don't even have to. Okay, well that's good. We're not actually having to even pay for it, really.
Yeah, all the stuff you guys are trading away pretty much pays for the armor potency, but that kind of assumes that Bill's okay giving up his share of the gold to help everyone get armor potency.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Then there you go.
Okay, that is fantastic. It's 640, so we have 10 gold left over.
Did I just delete this Warhammer then?
Yeah.
Yep. Or
Does he have Eidolon gauntlets?
25 gold.
Does he have Eidolon?
Do you-
He hand wraps.
hand wraps.
He needs hand wraps.
He, for simplicity's sake, yes, you can find hand wraps in this town.
Heck, yeah.
You can find
Okay,
so
so
many
we'll
hand wraps.
we'll each get 5 gold, basically. Is how
Hell
this will
yeah.
work out.
All right.
5 gold, huh?
Yes. And that's just like selling all the weapons and armor. That's not even selling like the consumables, which will get us more money.
Yep. Hand wraps are also 35 gold since they're just a weapon with a +1 rune. Oh yeah, we have technically the Eidolon's kind of a martial character with the hand wraps. Some
Well,
martial
the
dudes.
summoner wears the hand wraps.
Right. Well,
I wear the hand wraps.
Yeah, the summoner wears the hand wraps, and then the property runes
weird.
and the fundamental runes get applied to the
I
Eidolon.
thought the Eidolon wore the hand wraps, and that was like the only thing they can equip.
Nope.
That's fine. It's fine with me.
Yeah.
It is effectively the same thing, so I don't really. It's
Yeah, I
fine.
mean, you could flavor it like that, but that's not how it would technically work.
You might still end up having to put the hand wraps on the Eidolon character sheet to like.
You just modify the attack.
Oh, that's fair.
There is like a thing that is supposed to like make it so that it detects if the summoner have them, that it's supposed to do it, but
It might just work. I have the Eidolon.
yeah,
helper
who
on.
knows?
How much were they on?
35.
35. All right, paying 35.
And if you like go into, there's like a button next to the equipment in the equipment browser
Mhm.
that you can just like click to buy the item, and it'll automatically subtract gold for you.
Well, it's too late for that.
Fair enough.
How do you? What are these called?
Hand wraps of mighty blows.
Is it armor or is it a weapon?
It's a weapon.
Oh, I see it now.
It's technically a worn item.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not technically a weapon, but that is okay. It is functionally a weapon.
Oh yeah, it is an other worn item. That's true.
And I put it on my Eidolon, is what you're saying.
Try putting it on yourself and wearing it first, and then like roll Eidolon damage or Eidolon attack and see if it shows up.
All right, let's see here.
And then I'll figure out if that doesn't work. I'll figure out the Eidolon helper stuff later.
Okay. I have invested in it.
Excellent.
How do I don't have a Armis token right now. How do I roll for damage from on this screen?
If you go into the Actors tab, you should be able to find Armis under Familiars. I know he's not technically familiar, but you know.
Yeah, he's a fucking member of this party. What do you
Yeah.
mean familiar?
Uh-huh.
He's got a vote and everything.
It's taking the weapon potency right
Yep.
there. That's sick. Cool. Yeah, it's automatically adding it now.
Sweet.
And once you get a striking rune, it should automatically roll the extra dice for damage too.
Is that striking rune on Aesop or specifically for him?
You'd have to put it on the hand wraps. You don't have an extra striking rune at the moment. You can buy one of those for 60
I would
gold.
love to. Sounds good.
Do you Sip not have a striking rune?
Iosip has yes, but it's like inherent and you can't transfer it off.
Inherent.
So Iosip
It's
definitely.
like
has it.
I used to be a crazy weapon. That weapon is just like +2.
I love
Greater striking. I was like, you know,
Having
I
a
remember her being crazy.
I don't think it was greater striking baseline, but it was good. It's always crazy looking at the item. Because the game, just because it's adamantine, the game is like, yeah, that's a level 17 item.
Oh. So what's the easiest way to get the striking rune on my character sheet and where it needs to be?
Edit the hand wraps of mighty blows, and there will be a drop down for yeah, you go to the details tab, and then there will be a drop down for a field called striking rune, and you change that to striking.
I see. And then that was 65 gold that I need to take out?
I think 60 gold straight.
60 gold to the Bone Daddy, okay.
Not to the Bone
Don't
Daddy.
give your money to the Bone Daddy.
Oh, you're right. It is 65. Sorry. 5 more. Pay up.
Don't
Too-
fucking
late.
don't give your money to the Bone Daddy.
It's true. He doesn't even want it. He doesn't care about gold.
Mm-mm.
Bone
Did it do
Daddy
anything
just
different?
just want bones. Roll your
much damage?
damage.
Yeah, roll damage, yeah.
Okay, that didn't work. Stand by.
Reinvest and then reinvest. Uninvest and then reinvest.
Oh yeah, that might do it.
That's what I had to do.
That's so smart.
It's like the TTRPG version of turning it off and back on again.
Yeah.
Literally.
And while you're at it, maybe change it to unworn and then back to worn. Just toggle both of them.
Waffle iron.
Wait, where did it go if I stowed it?
Waffle.
Okay.
So I'm just
It's in your
scrolling
bag,
through equipment.
You know what is so funny is that level 7 you can buy an adamantine waffle iron.
Oh my god.
Like if you are starting at level 7, your character will have enough money to buy an adamantine waffle iron, plus like have the starting equipment, and I think that is an incredible.
Yeah, 1, let's go.
Okay, I'll just edit the attack. If it'll let me.
What if it's not that in the first place? Hold on, that might be. Let me see something.
Standing by. You guys sold all the stuff, all the armor and weapons in the party
Yes.
stash? Okay, I'm gonna start deleting then.
Okay, so that is the weapon potency. The weapon potency is working.
Yeah, weapon potency is working. It looks like the striking is not yet.
Yeah, you might have to just like actually just go add that on the Eidolon attack.
And it is worn gloves, right? Not just worn.
Yes.
Is worn gloves an option?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it should be worn gloves.
Okay. Don't touch anything in
Does-
your Armis sheet for a minute.
Okay.
I wanted to inquire about purchasing Bracelet of Dashing. Would that be available here?
Let me take a look at it real quick.
Sure.
Common
That
item
should
level
be.
3? Yeah, that's available.
Okay, cool.
Sarah's gonna go fucking. She got
I'm
one
so
taste.
fucking slow.
She got one taste of bracelet. You guys have like I remember the.
Haste was the
You used
haste.
to be addicted to. It was so funny. You're like, I only have 25 movement. Turn it on.
Literally.
I'm so fast.
Oh,
It's pretty good.
It's not terrible. It is basically that one item, the wand of backwind.
Yeah. But with a +1 item bonus to acrobatics checks. I don't know if I have that. I don't know if I have a +1 to my acrobatics on Nishev.
None of you have bought these like these item bonus items in the other game. You guys just don't do it, and I'm like, yep, that's fine.
I just don't need any help being an acrobat. I crit succeed every time.
You would need help if you weren't a higher level.
Says you.
Not says me, says the way the math works.
I don't need math. I have confidence and experience and expertise.
exactly.
Oh, I see.
Correct.
I see.
And I don't need to make saves when I fall long distances.
You do need to be saved to get swallowed, though.
True.
You
I
gotta
don't know
get
if
up
I've
to get down
mentioned it
sometimes.
specifically. True. I don't know if I've mentioned it specifically, but previous campaigns, new people don't need to worry about this at all. Previous campaigns, we just kind of like upgraded settlements as you guys leveled. This campaign, since you're hopping around a little bit more, and will continue to hop around the world a little bit more, settlement level will actually kind of like dictate what items are available, but Expeditions Landing is a strangely high level place.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, it doesn't just have like every hero like Eden just here casually or anything.
Not every hero.
It's all the
Some-
ones we
yeah.
beat up.
Yeah.
What now?
Don't worry
All
about it.
the ones we beat up and we're like, we're friends now.
I don't know if anyone ever turned to Aqueous and said we're friends.
I don't even remember who that was,
Dick
to
Knight.
be honest with you. Oh, Dick Knight. I love Dick Knight. Dick Knight is my favorite NPC. He's a dick.
I mean, it's in his
Name,
name.
He's
I
so
couldn't
mean.
infer.
Does he know Bone Daddy?
No.
No, I don't believe so.
What item level are we? What's our limit?
Well, right now the settlement kind of outlevels you guys, so
Oh, okay. So I'm good.
Yeah.
Go up to my.
I think the
I mean, technically, that means we could afford, if we wanted, we could afford, if we had the money, we could afford higher level items for people. But
yeah, it's not quite at the point where you can get greater striking and potency and stuff. It's like level
Yeah.
8 or level 10. I haven't totally decided, but
That's okay.
I feel like I didn't change anything, and the attacks are rolling 2d8s now. But it should be good.
like I said, maybe he just needed to like reinvest into it.
Need to do that again?
No, you're good. He's Armis is rolling correctly now. I don't know why I deleted the roll. But there you are. He's rolling the 2d8s.
Sweet. That's what I call a bonus.
It is quite the bonus.
Just striking runes are so good. Ugh.
But also, as the way, for whatever reason, the way you emphasized bonus brought me back to Bone Daddy, and I just can't
We can't get away
Wait
from
for
it.
that to leave my head.
I feel like this would be a good rune for Turkon to have. I'm just scrolling through the list of equipment.
The fearsome rune is quite good.
Yeah, especially on the people who crit.
Mm-hmm. I know. I think he said he already had 2 runes on his Vector Corbin, but
Yeah, well, the fundamental runes don't like care about this. Like, you can have a fundamental rune. You can have any number of fundamental runes
ooh.
up to the cap of 2, and then you can have a number plus 1 of property runes, I believe.
Either way, I'm not actually
might
sure if the
be-
Vector Corbin has a property rune.
No, it has precious potency and striking.
Oh yeah, it's set as a specific magic item. Flanking allies have lesser cover. That's right. Yeah, you can still add a property rune to that. I'm not sure.
Add a property rune to my Midnight Blade.
These ones are cool too.
I actually
You
don't
see-
know. Give me a minute.
The real question is, will Ayusip let her go
Oh,
so that she
Right.
can have?
What did you just change that brought the price of this item to 5 gold for a second?
I do not know.
Okay.
I was like
it's back.
mousing around.
He probably removed the material.
It's back to 14,950, so it's fine. But
Yeah, if he probably clicked on the material thing.
I was clicking on the property rune first thing, and then something else happened. Like this box just disappeared, and I was so confused.
I think the fact that it gives you basically the property rune is replaced by the extendo stab and the ability to dispel magic.
Okay. Use as comes.
Correct. Also, the fact that it can change to whatever type of sword you want.
Do the hand wraps help me with the sword too, or does that not work like that?
Nah.
Okay.
Only for you, it only helps you punch and technically grab and whatever. I don't know. It helps you with turn your body into a weapon. That's what it does.
Oh, good. And also Armus too, right?
Well, considering Armus is also your body, yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Considering you're both bodies.
We are both bodies. It's true.
And you know what? If anyone sets up, like artillery on the tower or any kind of like defense stuff, I think it'll get your hand wraps bonus.
oh my god.
Hell yeah.
The only artillery Isha's gonna set up is like the Revendreth mirrors. Staris.
Yeah. Okay. Would you guys like to do anything else in town?
I'm gonna look around.
Okay.
I'm gonna just
Look around.
look around.
There's a lot to see here.
See if there's anything weird happening.
Anything weird happening.
Anything weird going on.
Weird in the neighborhood.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
No.
Okay.
Or fucking don't.
Anything weird?
I also want to look for weird.
Isha, you see you see like 4 Actually, 5 old women, kind of like towards the fishing side of this town, the fishing village
Hags.
side.
I don't think they're.
You do see through the disguises of 4 of them, and they are just trolls who are also quite old.
Yes. Yay! They're here.
As far as you can tell,
Yay,
they
they're
are
here.
just gossiping. They seem to have no ill intent. They're just earnestly gossiping with this other old woman.
Isha will like limply walk over. Standing on back legs is difficult and exhausting.
Yeah. You start walking up, and one of them, the one whose true troll form is the most squat and short, kind of turns over to you and looks you up and down. She's like, "What do you want?"
I saw you all over here gossiping, and I just wanted to join.
Isha's right at home.
Oh Lord.
Come in, and like steps back a little. And they start talking, start gossiping with you about the town goss, about how I don't know. Apparently, some fellow stitched 2 fishes together to win at a recent fishing competition, and it was a big scandal.
Ooh.
Oh, cheating.
They bring up how the leader of this expedition, who only actually shows up like once every month, he's a tall glass of water. We'll call
Not them thirsting over brass. I'm dying.
They babble so much. They go from topic to topic real fast. There's a lot of goss happening in this relatively small town.
Sorry.
I need documentation. The guy they're thirsting over.
God, that's so fucking funny. Brass not showing up because he has to go back to eat it every month is so funny to me. Why do I feel like that doesn't make any sense? But it's fine.
It might not be Eden he's going to.
Yeah, it's more likely than not that he's a huge fucking traitor.
Well, he's also the most capable person here, and not into the.
No. He's a traitor.
Sure. we could rehash Brass actually being totally evil again.
That would be a good heel turn. Yeah. So like they're gossiping about all this, and Isha'll just be like, anything more peculiar occurring here?
More peculiar.
You know, the kind of stuff that people don't want others finding out.
I don't want anyone finding out I sewed 2 fish together.
That would be very embarrassing to her.
That would be so embarrassing. Could you imagine?
Dima,
I wonder who did that. That sounds like 6.
Do you want to give me a diplomacy for some carousing?
No.
I see.
Oh.
I see. The evidence seems to suggest otherwise. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
One of them is like, only that my favorite mercenary here is gone. Favorite adventurer is gone. And then another one's like, what? No, shut up. She doesn't care about that.
Oh, I do care.
Roll me
It was her favorite.
a 1d10 while she babbles about Uro. Truly nothing helpful.
Damn, here I am fishing for helpful.
They don't know where the
You
fuck
just get
Uro
to-
went. They just know that this half-orc fellow that they quite liked went away, and now they have to come all the way into town, deal with these human people. And the fifth lady there, who's not a troll, is like, what are you talking about? Let's see.
He didn't tell you to go anywhere specific, did he?
No, he would just meet us outside of town, and we would, ask for some. He would get what we need.
Oh, what a gentleman.
Truly, yes. Trying to find some of the stuff that you don't.
That I don't know.
Impossible.
I told you,
Stuff
there's
that
nothing that you can say.
I had you roll, and then I'm just looking at the rumors around that on my list, and I'm like, they have no reason to know most of this.
Yes, they do. They're gossiping. They have a reason to know everything. Surely you know that's how that works. Sarah, I'm trying so hard to get you the arm of the Dryad. I'm trying so hard.
I appreciate your effort.
If that's, yeah, I mean, if you're looking, sorry, I had that never would have been the result without knowing that. Because Uro left that here, right?
Yeah. And they just walked out of this tent and left it there. Is he? Because he's gonna leave that there. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, one of them is like, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, see, when you are asking about Uro, when she is talking about Uro and like telling you about this, her favorite adventurer here, the most polite of anyone in this town, she's like, he left came to our home and like helped clear it out of all these nasty things that were there, all these ghosts screaming. And again, the fifth lady's like, what? It's like, shut up.
Ghosts are horrid.
They are. They're so loud. They never leave you alone. To bat them away. It's just horrible. But he left this item that he got there from really a quite nice fae that was there. The staff, and he left it here. Left it for the expedition, for the adventurers here to make use of. And they're too dense, too stupid to see how good it was. That it just kept growing this grass around his tent, and I had to dig it out, and I had to take it home myself because they didn't know how good it was.
Oh.
So now it's mine, and I have a nice garden underground.
Well, I happen to be on a little bit of a mission to meet Uro.
Hi.
I could return it to him.
You would do that.
Oh, it would be my pleasure. As a fellow gossipy.
You seem to leave it behind for a reason. But I don't know what it is, so... I can bring it back here. It's back home. It's a bit of a walk. I can bring it back here tomorrow.
I'll be here waiting for you.
Excellent. And another one is like, I like you. You're entertaining. You're clever. I like the way you stand. It's funny.
Isha kind of like
Well, she's standing on her like back legs, and like her wings are like kind of in the ground, like supporting the front of her.
Yeah.
And she like kind of like has to like stretch them every once in a while. She's like, oh, just give me a moment. She just like kind of like stretches the bones. It's just like crack, 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 crack. You flatter me.
Well, good. I mean, look, you deserve to be flattered. You're gorgeous.
Oh, you don't
Wow.
see everything underneath this cloak. You just don't see it. It's okay. I hide it very well.
Oh, pff. You seem like a striking young whippersnapper.
Oh, indeed. I'm so young.
Whippersnapper.
I have a timeless beauty, they might say.
Truly.
Aw.
Now,
There's a fucking gnat in my room.
and you listen well, so here's the point. If you bring back stories for us, I'll keep my ear out. I'll see if I can find interesting stories for you. If you're trying to keep an ear around here, I don't...
That sounds like a wonderful arrangement.
Excellent. And what's your name? I'm young Baba.
Oh, you may call me Isha.
It's a pleasure to meet you. And again, this fifth lady's like, I thought your name was Nancy. She's like, shut up, Marge.
Poor Marge.
They love
Poor
Marge.
Marge, whose
They
name
love
is-
Marge.
Yeah. Marge is definitely the friend who's the butt of all the jokes in the group, for sure.
Mhm.
She has an important job in that group.
Pecking order.
Okay, well, young Baba, I will see you here tomorrow.
We'll be here.
It's been wonderful gossiping. And then Isha will like kind of turn and walk away. I was trying to find a word to describe how she's walking, but I'll just say walk.
She's not scooting or scuttling.
No, it's. I almost got the gnat, so I'm like a little distracted.
Aw.
Oh.
My prey drive is going crazy.
You mean your predator?
I want to make this gnat my prey.
Ah. I was like, you're prey to the gnat?
You gonna eat it?
Yes.
Yes.
The only gnats we like are 20s.
True.
Correct.
I might have to go re-import this staff again. I don't know where I put it.
Wow. Unbelievable.
No wonder you have to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know.
I didn't think there was a reason, but now there is. It's not on Uro's character sheet.
No,
Oh, wow.
it's not. That's true. Well, you asked. I was like, I think everything that I left off of his character sheet is the stuff I left.
Yeah.
His character sheet really shouldn't have anything crazy on it. Done on purpose.
Anyway, so what do you guys do from there?
Voraktee was looking for something weird.
Oh yeah, you were looking for something weird. Go ahead and roll me a 1d10 as well.
1d10. Okay, let's see here.
Wow.
I see a bunch of hags.
They call you a young whippersnapper.
They're not hags, they're trolls.
I see
Important
hags.
distinction.
It's a different group.
Turris doesn't know. Oh,
Oh, it's a
A
a
different
different
group.
group of gossiping old ladies.
You saw young Baba. I found Baba Lysaga.
Oh no.
Okay, well, hopefully we didn't find Baba Lasagna.
So you kind of like you're looking around for anything interesting. You kind of do like a loop. There's like, there's a lot of general gossip, general like hustle and bustle going on. But as you kind of like finish the loop, not really seeing anything too interesting, you see that this you kind of like end up back near the smith, and there's this dwarf who is kind of like walking into the smith and kind of like checking up on this human fellow who you spoke to and sold the items to earlier, checking up on his work, just kind of looking around, pointing out like some of the flaws and some of the pieces and whatnot. And seems to, the smith seemed to be like pretty good, pretty like accomplished, kind of knew what he was talking about, but seems to be kind of mentoring under this dwarf. It seems like this dwarf is like the real deal, the guy kind of running the shop. And then one of the kind of more one of those more well done weapons that you saw, one of the prettier weapons in the smithy, he kind of like takes it down, kind of flips down like kind of a magnifying glass that's attached to his glasses, and kind of like holds up the blade, and you see a couple spots where it's damaged, and he kind of like sets it down on a bench and starts doing like some of the really detailed work on like specifically you see there are kind of runes on the first couple inches of the blade, and he kind of like bends over it and starts working on those runes.
And I like lean over watching him.
How close are, like, you're just kind of like leaning into the shop, or are you literally like walking over and leaning over his work?
It's kind of like closer and closer by the minute, essentially. Start far away, just like trying to check it out. I can't see that well. I'm just kind of step up a little closer. Just keep looking.
The other smith in there, who's like kind of started working again, does like a double take, kind of sees you entering, and like just kind of decides to pretend he doesn't notice you. He's just not going to deal with this. And you kind of like get close to this dwarf to the point where you're kind of like almost looking over his shoulder. And at some point he kind of like stops. And then you just hear like, "Can I help you?"
Oh, I was just admiring your work is all.
Kind of like turns slightly towards you, like kind of eyeing you out of the corner of his eye. Like, "You can admire from a little bit further away if you don't mind."
I wanted to make sure you sub could see.
He's like, "Are you who?" And Ayusip at the same time is like, "See what? See what?"
Well, you're not able to see anything at all.
No, I mean, I can see what's going on. It's interesting. And seems like Ayusip is speaking to kind of the room as well as you, because the dwarf kind of stops and kind of like turns around, looks around. He's like, "Who?" Who are you talking to? Who is that?
Oh, that's my companion, you see. Well, one of them. That one over there is Amos. Say hi, Amos. Probably just grunts.
Yeah. And the dwarf kind of like nods at the suit of armor, kind of like squints and looks it up and down. It's like, right. Pleased to make your acquaintance, I suppose, Amos. Kind of like just starts to turn back to his work and kind of like looks at you again over his shoulder and kind of just like shuffles awkwardly to the side to like get in your way as he starts to work again.
Yusep, was I misunderstanding that you might have a regard for other weapon craftsmanship? I rather like other towers in architecture.
Well, I'm not a sword. I'm a person who's been put into a sword. I've never really cared that much about weapons, I guess. I mean, like, it's pretty.
Oh, I do apologize for being presumptuous.
No, it's fine.
He does seem to be pretty good at this, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, it seems to know what he's doing. Very, very dexterous, I guess. And again, the dwarf kind of like looks over his shoulder. Seems very confused. Did you say your companion is your sword?
Well, is in the sword, yes. Kind of pull out the moon sword. Shwing.
Sparrows go up and then like kind of down a little bit again, kind of like sets down his tools. Kind of leans in, kind of like flips up the magnifying glass, flips like a different one down in place. Like, it's made of meteorite. This is beautiful.
They are, aren't they?
Yes, right. They are.
No need to be bashful. Say hello, Yusep.
Just like, I'm not bashful. Hello. And he's like
Forcing her to socialize. Yeah.
He's like, hello, I suppose. Yusep, did you say? And it's kind of like, yes, that is me. That is who I am. The sword is called, they've called it the Midnight Blade every time. Every time a wielder has found it. He's like, so you consider yourself different from the sword? And they just kind of have this like back and forth, and he gets a little bit of the history of it. And I guess so do you, Turris, of just like this kind of cycle where the Midnight Blade would be used to kind of like reseal this villain called the Desert Hound, kind of beneath the desert that you guys had just passed through. But recently, by Risen and company, this Desert Hound was slain and thusly like banished by her. She proudly proclaims. Banished from this world. And he seems flabbergasted at the story. And it's like, that's incredible. I know Risen. I didn't
didn't know that group had accomplished such a thing. My goodness.
They seem very nice, quite capable.
Yes, I have heard that around town. Had the pleasure of working on their equipment some. Hadn't gotten a chance to look over this wonderful sword before, though. How did you come by it?
Oh, well, Risen bequeathed it to us.
Ah. Well then.
And you have agreed, so it, well, to say the least, I was rather fascinated. I always love friends that are more than meets the eye, you know.
Well. Certainly. Well, if you are all friends of, Risen and Company, friends of mine, I suppose, if you need work done on weapons, armaments, happy to help you out.
Oh, I do appreciate that. We actually just, did a bit of selling and buying with your associate here.
Ah. Glad Croker could help you out.
Croker?
Croker.
Yeah, oh, he's French.
Uh-huh. My goodness.
And what was your name, good sir?
I was jumping to see if I had a name for this fellow.
I don't think we ever once actually asked what the blacksmith's name was.
I think that is true. I don't think you had a conversation with him, and I don't think I don't think Turkan gave me a name either.
I did not know. Not for the blacksmith.
All right. My name list is really running out. So I need to repopulate this thing. But he says his name is Mar Nultra.
Mar Nultra. It's a very good pleasure to meet you, Mar. I'm Turris. Turris Ironcrad. At your service.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Oh man, I put a U in his first name. Everything else I got right.
I got his first name right, but not his last name. Well, I shan't keep you any longer. It was a pleasure to meet your acquaintance.
Likewise. Stop by any time. No, I'm not the most personable sort. I'm a little on the quieter side, but seem like good folk. Like I said, friend of Risen, friend of the expedition, friend of ours. So take care of yourself. Hopefully see you around.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah, gives another kind of hearty nod and turns back to his work again. Kind of as you're leaving, he kind of shakes his head, and you hear him say, like, "Need to get a hold of some of that meteorite."
moon sword.
You've sparked some inspiration in him.
Excellent. Glad to help out. Well, Yusuf, is there anything in town that you'd like to see then? If you're not quite interested in other weaponry.
Well, I've been in town a few times, walked around. I mean, I haven't walked. I mean, Raisin walked around.
Been walked around.
We've looked around. We've looked around this town. So, you know, it's probably the place I've seen the second most, other than the desert.
Oh, well. Right, we know travels. If there's anything that you'd like to see in particular, do let me know.
I will. Thank you. That's very considerate.
I'll miss you too, I suppose.
I mean, thanks. Yeah. I already do look around, kind of. Thank you. This is great.
I like to imagine when we're doing anything, Armis does have like ADHD in a suit of armor and just kind of
You just
check stuff out.
yeah. You like hear the hinge sound of like the helmet kind of like scraping as it just like looks to the left, looks back to the right. Just anytime you guys are walking
he's
around.
got a anywhere we go, he's got a whole 100 feet to explore. As opposed to Yusuf, who has 0 feet to explore.
True. Yeah. Okay. So obviously there's this staff to acquire in the morning, but is there anything else you guys would like to do today?
That's all the upgrades we can get, then I am content.
All right.
Well, I posted the one that I wanted to get, but it's out of my price range.
360.
Yeah, probably by about a few thousand gold.
Yeah.
No, it's only 360.
Oh, not that bad.
Death drinking.
Stu has 255 gold that they won't be using, if that gets you there.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I only need like 160, I think.
Okay. Go ahead and let Stu pay for it, just so I can drain their bank account,
Okay.
and then pay the difference between pay the 105 gold between what they're paying and what you've got, or what it costs.
Okay, so I need 105 gold, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I can do that.
Excellent.
Oh, it turned my weapon blue.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that mean?
That might be a rare. Yeah. It just means it has a rare rune on it. I kind of
Okay.
didn't realize that was a rare rune, but I think that's fine.
Why am I blue? What does blue mean?
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay.
so generous.
I like how it specifies you kill or destroy a creature.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Obliterates.
It could go either way.
Even some of the fiends, some of the devils you've been fighting, when you defeat them, they kind of just get returned and revived on their home plane, so they're not like dead, but they are destroyed. You've destroyed their body on this plane, so it counts. That and things like mindless constructs can't be killed, but they can be destroyed. But they're not alive, so
It's covering all the bases. Okay. I think that's where we'll end it for the night.
Sounds good to me.
I accidentally closed my browser.
Mitchell said, I'm done.
That was an accident. I was trying to minimize something.
Hate that. I was playing around with extending until you guys take your first couple of steps onto the first floor of Turris, but we'll save that. We'll save it. So, thank you guys for playing.
Heck
Thank
yeah!
you.
Thanks for running it.
Yeah.
I had a very fun time.
Me too.
I'm sorry there were few rolls,
Sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
but
It was a shopping episode. What do you expect?
yeah,
Hold on. Hold on.
Shopping
There we
episode.
blam.
go.
You're like, I will roll a die. Shopping and difficult conversation episode.
Yeah. That was fun to go over though. So
Mitchell,
There's-
you're not coming to the gig tonight, right?
No.
Okay.
Wow, gig.
Sorry. My husband's in a band and he's performing tonight.
Oh,
very nice.
That's where I'm headed, but I have a little bit of time.
Gotcha. Enjoy.
XP?
Oh, for our shopping episode. I was fighting my inner demons.
I think I'm gonna hold on to XP this time.
Okay.
We've made progress on a
Gonna-
couple of different fronts, but
He's gonna double it for next episode.
I don't know that that's true.
Double it and give it to the next person.
Double,
Double it and
to
give it
the
to the
next-
next.
You've been
Double it and give it to the next session.
you've been spending your other
we-
rewards, you know.
Can we split Stu's XP between all of us?
No, that is
That would be enough to give us all one level. Yes.
We just absorb him as an entity.
negative.
It's fine.
Wait, how much XP does everybody else have?
We'll devise a ritual so that we can
Devise a ritual.
obliterate Stu's body into EXP bits that we can eat.
It's what he would want. He'd want
It's
it.
what he would. It's what Stu would want.
I don't know that I've seen Stu do a selfless thing.
It's not selfless. We're killing Stu.
Yeah, but it's not what he would
selfless.
want.
It's the mimic way.
It's the mimic way, correct. The strong survive.
The strong survive. Oh. No, Stu's just gonna be a really nice piece of furniture in Tower Aincrad.
Correct.
Oh my god, my sister's having this whole saga right now of a fire happening outside her apartment.
Oh my goodness.
And the fire truck's just pulled up. Oh my god. Craziness.
She is having a whole saga about it.
There's always something happening with her.
Well, thank you guys again for playing. I'm gonna hop down for a minute and wrap up stream,
Sounds good.
and then I'll be back to yap with whoever's around. So,
Alrighty.
all right. Thank you guys for hanging out for Pathfinder. I had a wonderful time. I think the roleplay happening in that session was super fun. Super fun. So, I appreciate y'all being here and checking it out. We are going to wrap up, as I said. Thank you, by the way, Zero the Druid, for the follow
while I was in the middle of running the game. I apologize. Sometimes I'm very wrapped up running the game, and I do not have a lot of attention or time to call out the alerts that I receive. But I do see it, and I do appreciate it, and I love that you came and checked things out. I'm gonna find someone to raid, and then we're gonna wind it down. I will try to be back on Monday, although I'm kind of sicky right now. But I'm gonna be back to try to work on this dungeon that we've been setting up. Turris. We're going to start exploring our dungeon characters' self, I guess. It's a journey of self-exploration. So join us for that. Not next week. Next week we will not be here. But 2 weeks from now we will delve into Turris's inner conflicts and whatnot. So check that in 2 weeks. Like I said, if you want to watch me craft this dungeon, you want to hang out while I put the dungeon together, give us some suggestions, talk about what I'm thinking. I think I will be doing that on Monday. Depending, as I'm getting quite sick. But my Discord will have the announcements. I think we're going to raid Tauros. Tauros is hanging out with some Zomboid roleplay. We just started a new Zomboid roleplay season last night. And I did not get to stream it. So let's go check some of that out. Let's see what Tauros has going on. So yeah. That's pretty much my schedule. I'm going to try to work on some music on stream sometime in the next week or two. So hope to see you for that as well. But I don't know what it's going to be. But I want to get back to some music for sure. For now, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a wonderful start of your week, and I will see you all again real soon. Goodbye!